Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku and Others React to For Want of a Nail. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For the want of a nail, that's what the entity typed into the search bar. Her deep blue form brightened as she bounced from heel to toe and back again. The white screen with a loading bar slowly filling. Midoriya couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? The being turned toward their audience. The title, you mean? Green Bean nodded. Well, it comes from an old poem, I think. The entity known as Clouds, who is responsible for recording this series of stories, chose it to show how the smallest decision can change a great many things. I don't believe I've heard this particular poem. Nedzu addresses Headcase, would you kindly share it with us? But of course. The light takes a few breaths to calm themselves for want of a nail. The shoe was lost for want of a shoe. The horse was lost for want of a horse. The rider was lost for want of a rider. The message was lost for want of a message. The battle was lost for want of a battle. The kingdom was lost, and all for the want of a horseshoe nail. Momo politely stated, in essence, we will be watching multiple worlds that start at the same point, but become very different, like the butterfly effect. Yes, however, I would remind you that this starting event isn't likely to be the only difference, simply the one with possibly the biggest impact. Young Headcase, may I ask what the starting part of these stories might be? All Might in his skeleton form said, quite nicely I might add. Oh, why your first meeting with young Midoriya is the catalyst for these stories. All Might's eyes widened with worry at that, as they should. Aizawa stands to be sure he has everyone's attention. Exactly how many worlds is this Clouds person recording for us to see? There are currently, as we begin watching, 4 stories in the For Want of a Nail series. The plan is to cycle through the stories in one chapter. She did air quotes at that at a time, switching between the stories until we catch up to where Clouds has recorded so far. Does that answer your question? Yes, it does. Aizawa deadpans. Yo, think you could give us a sweet summary of the stories we'll be seeing? You dig? Present Mike. Always the performer. Unfortunately, a summary might spoil some big reveals, so I'm afraid not. Izuku kindly raises his hand. Headcase gestures to let him speak. Is there a way to differentiate the different worlds, like their titles? Or maybe an alias? The main character air quotes via cinnamon roll is adorable uses, so we can compare the worlds or something. Wonderful idea, Midoriya. These stories follow you. What? What the hell happened to put the nerd at the center of everything? Bakugo shouts, interrupting a now slightly miffed being of light. The silence drags on as Headcase simply uses her disappointed face to stare the literal atomic blonde down. Eventually, Kirishima and the rest of the Baka squad get him to sit so their surprisingly patient host can continue. As I was saying, in each of these stories, you end up with a different code name. In the first, you become Deku just like your world. In the second, you choose the name Mastermind. In the third, you are given the name Vidiian. In the fourth, you take the name Cheat Code. Is there any reason you said each of those in a different way? Todoroki, the resident conspiracy theorist, always asked the most interesting questions. Headcase barely suppresses a smirk as the Deku squad tries to convince him that not everything has a hidden meaning. There comes a ding from the screen, drawing everyone's attention as it lit up with chapter select atop and a list falling below it, in a language it is assumed only the entity can read. The light being asks, is everyone settled and ready to begin? A multitude of affirmations are returned to her. So she turns to the screen, selects the first tab that fell to show a larger list, and chose the very first of those. The screen changed, showing a grayscale title card. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro hope and heartbreak, even after an hour-long shower. Izuku still felt the weight of the past 24 hours clinging to his skin. All Might looked down on him from every wall in his room, judgmental eyes staring straight into his soul. A murmur cuts through the theater. I love All Might, why would I be so upset? Izuku pounders aloud. What did you do to Problem Child? Aizawa leans toward the towering blonde. How am I supposed to know what another me did? All Might counters. Aizawa huffs and turns back toward the screen. You can't be a hero, not without a quirk. Be realistic. Izuku went to bed crying for his broken dream. Does this mean the golden boy of Wano was born quirkless in this world? How awful that must be. Can you imagine? Manama began to gloat. Midoriya started to get nervous. Yeah, can't image that. The green bean stared pointedly at the screen. Will they figure it out? He couldn't help but think. His room looked empty without all his All Might merch. It wasn't that Izuku hated All Might now. It's just that every time he looked at the smiling hero, all he could think was, you can't be a hero. Just because Izuku was finally coming to terms with that fact didn't mean he needed it playing on a loop in his head every time he's at home. He still had a few posters up from some of his other favorite heroes, but he'd changed his sheets to a plain black set that he'd found collecting dust in the linen closet paired with a gold pillowcase. It wasn't official merchandise, but it reminded Izuku of Eraserhead anyway. He knew who you were. Midnight was certainly surprised. That's right, the first day of school he did call me Eraserhead before I could introduce myself. And you've never brought this up before? Because honestly, she nods. I forgot really. Many teachers echo the sentiment. It had taken a few days for him to gather the courage, but Izuku had finally sat down and updated his hero analysis notebooks, leaving out the parts on All Might's secret weakness. It was oddly comforting. He had thought it would be painful, and it was in some ways, but it was mostly familiar, like his analysis was the only part of himself that hadn't shattered alongside his hero dream. That was why he found himself, during his latest bout with insomnia, browsing a lesser-known hero forum. He'd found it several years earlier and quickly figured out that a lot of underground heroes used it to communicate with each other, since it offered encrypted chats and accounts were only known by random numbers, rather than usernames. He'd spent about 2 weeks back, then figuring out which accounts corresponded to which heroes, but he had never posted himself. As Izuku drowsily scrolled through old posts, a crazy idea occurred to him. If he couldn't be a hero himself, why couldn't he help the real heroes be better? You really can't keep yourself from helping others, Todoroki says, to which Ida adds an admirable trait for any hero in training. Unless I make things worse or bother someone. Oh, please Deku, you're the most helpful person I've ever met. Bakugo is probably the only person that could get annoyed with you. Uraraka comes in. Thank you, Izuku whispers. In the morning, he'd blame it on sleep deprivation, and then promptly die of mortification. But that didn't change the fact that, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Izuku Midoriya sent 10 underground heroes in-depth analyses of their quirks and fighting styles. Trust the nerd to think those stalkers' notebooks could ever be useful. Bakugo grumbled. Come on, Bakubro. Midobro has always been smart, of course. He'll be useful, Kirishima corrects. Dude, what's your problem with him anyway? Zero adds. None of your DMN business. Easy bro, we're just curious. Kaminari replies. New message 12579. Eraserhead, thank you for the analysis. It was eye-opening to see my strengths and weaknesses from an outside perspective. Not to mention the ideas for improvement. Don't you usually hate analysts? Miss Joke pops in. Typically, Aizawa responds curtly, eyeing her warily. I didn't realize you were here. Heck if I know why. But this is prime cuddle time, don't you think? A dry no is all she gets before laughing loudly. Meanwhile, he thanked me. Izuku seems dumbstruck at the thought. How long have you been doing your analysis? Chu asks. I started when I was 4. No one does anything for more than 10 years and is bad at it. The rest of the Deku squad add their agreements. Izuku was hyperventilating. Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, had thanked him for his analysis. The Eraserhead. It almost made up for the catch-on, and his lackeys beating him up again during lunch. Geez, Bakugo, I knew you were in but that's some bully shit. Kaminari spoke up. Relax, Kamibro. It's not like this is our world. Kirishima defends, wondering why Bakugo is suddenly so quiet. Not quite, because the bullying had gotten worse since the sludge villain incident. But it came close. The sludge incident. Present Mike wonders. Wasn't there a sludge villain Bakugo was attacked by? Yes, Aizawa replies, and this puts his relationship with the problem child in a whole new perspective. Several other heroes had also sent him messages thanking him, while others, who had heard of his analyses from their friends, had asked him to send them theirs. Highly illogical without a way to verify identity. He was just finishing up verifying the identities of those who had requested analyses to make sure he wasn't accidentally helping any villains, you were saying. Midnight teases as Aizawa pointlessly ignores her. when he saw a blinking notification in the bottom left corner of his screen. New message 12579. Eraserhead, do you analyze villains? The screen returns to the chapter select screen as the different groups discuss what they saw. Teacher's Bros, does the little listener analyze in our world? Present Mike asks the group. He does carry that beat-up notebook with him everywhere. Midnight points out. There's a number on the front, but I can't remember which. Aizawa admits. 13 All Might chimes in. I believe the other 12 are filled to the brim, though I haven't seen them. I gather young Midoriya was ridiculed for what's in them, so I never pushed and would ask that you do the same. A shame, really. I would have liked to see them. Nedzu admits. Well, if you're lucky, this little viewing party will make him eager to share. Hawks butts in. I just want to know why we're here. Mirko huffs. We're top pro heroes will obviously be part of the story. Endeavor grumbles. Everyone readily agrees. Deku Squad, he asked for help. Izuku seems blown away from me. Of course, Deku. You're really smart and always help us strategize. She's right, Midoriya, Kiro. Even if your plans are a little crazy. I agree. Ida adds, you truly embody you, A plus ultra attitude. You guys. Izuku chokes out through happy tears. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for higher temptation, Izuku Midoriya tried to like heroes. He really did. That was difficult, however, when it had only been a month since the number one hero himself had crushed Izuku's dreams like a stale cracker, and then simply watched as Kaken was attacked. Izuku wondered what would have happened if Death Arms hadn't prevented him from running in at the last minute. Maybe he would have impressed All Might, who would have taken him on and taught him how to be a hero. Izuku scoffed at his own thoughts. Him, a quirkless loser, impress All Might? Yeah, right. This version seems rather bitter, doesn't he? Ada posits. Wouldn't you if the number one hero himself shattered your dreams? Ochako snaps. It was just an observation, Uraraka. He didn't mean anything by it. Midoriya defends. And he's not wrong. Todoroki adds. As it was, All Might had gotten his act together eventually, and Kaken had been all right, if unconscious when he was retrieved from the sludge villain's body. And Izuku had spent the last month quietly selling off his All Might merchandise and harboring a growing resentment toward hero society. Which is what led him to where he was now, sitting at a sketchy internet cafe, about to tell a random internet acquaintance, who in all probability might be a villain, how to kill a minor hero. Oh, this is going to be good. Dabai grins, rubbing his hands together. Don't get too excited. Twice spoke. This is going to be epic. As if Golden Boy really would. Shigaraki barks. But the light cutie said there were worlds where he's one of the baddies, so maybe this is one of them. Toga exclaimed. The villain boys returned to the screen with great interest. He had found the post on one of the more underground hero forums, the kind that often included posts about vigilantes and villains alongside the heroes. Izuku didn't necessarily want to be on it, but he was holding on to a hope that if he just continued doing the things he enjoyed before everything went to shit, then he might eventually start feeling a spark of something besides anger. The post itself hadn't been that long, just one question. Why were Zoe's 301? Completely hypothetically, how would one go about killing Mount Lady? Is he gonna answer it? Ashido asks. As if the nerd would ever go against any hero. Bakugo huffed. I don't know, man, he seems kinda bitter. Come on, Cerebro. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Kirishima defended. A simple post like that shouldn't have changed his life. Izuku should have just ignored it, or maybe told the police, especially after he read through the user's old post and discovered that, even if they weren't a villain, they were a villain sympathizer. He should have not given it a second thought and turned to more reputable forums to try and dig himself out of his growing depression. Instead, he did none of that. Oh no, Deku, please no. Uraraka begs. I would never. Midoriya gasps, please. It's all right, Midoriya. That isn't you, not really. Todoroki comforts. Indeed, Headcase asked us not to hold the actions of another world against those of our own, which I assume includes the person taking said action. Ida observes. You aren't doing this, he is. Sue states clearly. For the next week, the question repeated in Izuku's mind like a broken record, his mind latching onto anything that could cut through his apathy. How would one go about killing Mount Lady? She was a new hero, prideful and media-hungry, which might explain why she was one of the hero world's rising stars. But Izuku knew she had weaknesses. He found himself at more and more of her fights over the next week, trying and failing to convince himself that he was there because he liked Mount Lady, not because he was analyzing her weaknesses. It had only taken him 3 days to realize that his hero analysis books contained enough information on heroes' weaknesses that he could probably kill any hero he wanted to, with a little work. The thought made him sick, but it still didn't stop him from seeking out Mount Lady's fights, and it didn't stop his brain from obsessing over how to kill her. I am no longer excited to be here. Mount Lady speaks up. Most can't help but agree. It would be laughably easy, Izuku realized, to use her love of the media against her. Pretend to be a reporter, lure her into a densely populated area with narrow streets to prevent her from using her quirk, ask for a selfie and stab her through the heart while her eyes were focused on the camera, then blend into the crowd before anyone realized she was dead. He tried to leave it at that. He knew how to kill her, so he really didn't need to be thinking about it anymore. After the week he'd had, he really should have expected that putting the issue out of his mind wouldn't work. Anyway, it was all hypothetical, right? What was the harm in private messaging the poster and describing his plan, as well as a few backups, just in case? After all, it wasn't as if the poster was a villain, just a villain sympathizer. Mount Lady probably wouldn't end up dead, and Izuku could make a dummy account at an internet cafe just in case, so that no one could track his IP address. And then he'd never have to use the account again, and maybe he'd be able to finally stop thinking about this. When we return, remind me to make some counter strategies for these plans, Nedzu says to the group. A little over an hour after walking into the internet cafe, Izuku signed out of the account he'd made, M4 Sturm 1ND 404, and walked out the front door feeling oddly relieved. Izuku Midoriya tried to like heroes. It didn't work. A dog with a bone, that one. I wonder if we could Dabai begins. Don't bother. Shigaraki Snap's golden boy over there is sickeningly heroic. Meanwhile, so he chose the name Mastermind. Todoroki observes. Todoroki no. Midoriya whines. Todoroki yes. The stoic boy deadpans as the rest of the Deku squad hold back their laughter. Izuku's life went about surprisingly unchanged after his brief descent into maybe villainy. There had been several times since then when he found himself on a verge of a panic attack, wondering what he could have been thinking, sending off his notes like that. Every time he managed to calm himself down by justifying that the person he messaged probably just thought he was some creep for taking his post seriously. The poster hadn't even expected a response. He was just venting frustration, probably, so nothing was going to come of it. He wondered, in those moments, if he was a bad person for feeling sad about that fact. He knew he was. That's rather concerning. Midnight murmurs. That's an understatement. Aizawa grumbles back. It had been 8 days since Izuku had messaged the poster, and he had just finished bandaging himself up from Kaken's latest attempt to put him in his place. The beatings had become even worse since the sludge villain incident. From what Izuku could gather from Kaken's rants between his explosions, he was trying to prove he wasn't some weak-ass victim or something like that. The result was that Izuku spent most of his life nowadays alone and in pain. But how was that any different from every day since he turned 4? Geez, Bakugo, would you really be that much worse if Midoriya was quirkless in our world? Kaminari asks. Just shut up and watch the screen. Bakugo dodges. Izuku was just tugging his shirt down to hide the bandages as he left the bathroom when he heard his mother gasp and drop a pan in the next room. He ran in to find her staring open-mouthed at the TV, the news anchor standing on what was normally a busy street, the shot backlit by flashing police sirens. As of yet, police have few leads on the identity of the attacker, only saying that he might have some sort of stealth quirk considering how quickly he was able to disappear in the aftermath of Mount Lady's death this afternoon. A vigil for the fallen hero will be held. Quick murmurs spread through the theater, mourning the fall of one of the kindest people most had ever met. Midoriya, not Mount Lady, though the villains are very excited about what's to come. Isn't that terrible, Izuku? She was such a new hero too. Who would do something like this? His mother turned back into the kitchen, trying to distract herself by preparing dinner. Izuku simply stared at the TV in shock. not really seeing anything. The poster had been serious after all. He had actually done it. This meant that he, Izuku Midoriya, a hero fanboy, was now an accessory to a hero's murder. Izuku started to hyperventilate only to be violently knocked out of his upcoming panic attack by another thought. Mount Lady was dead. That meant that he, a quirkless Deku, had beaten a hero. An unfamiliar warm feeling welled up in his scent, and he fought down a smile. He wondered if this made him a bad person. He knew it did. The screen returns to the chapter's select menu as the different groups discuss what they just saw. Villains don't get excited. Shigaraki warns one accessory to murder charge doesn't make someone a hardcore villain. But there's a chance. Twice counters no way in hell. I wonder when the other me gets to meet him. Toga cheers. Settle down and maybe we'll find out. Dabai complains. Teacher's pros, while I'm quite happy that this is not what we have to face, I feel it only right to remind you all of the statistics surrounding the quirkless. The principle begins. You see, while the world itself is maybe 20% quirkless here in Japan, the poor pros become trapped with their teaching co-workers in one of Nedzu's infamous lectures. Deku Squad, I can't believe any version of me would do something like that. Izuku says softly, as though he's disappointed in himself. Well, you don't know what it's like to be quirkless, so that changes things, right? Uraraka remarks. Right. Midoriya exclaims a little too quickly, which his friends choose to let go. Now playing Vidiian. The green guide technicalities. Toshinori glanced down at the boy as rain fell all around them. Yes, the boy had a heroic spirit, but just being near the power of one of Toshinori's full-strength punches was enough to practically knock him out. If he were to have that power inside him, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. He'd break. Giving a weak body so much power would be irresponsible, no matter how strong his spirit was. Besides, Toshinori's power was running out. He needed a strong successor. The boy would be able to find other ways to help people. The different groups tried to decipher the meaning behind All Might's thoughts, turning to the blonde sitting in the theater to be met with, how am I supposed to know what another me is thinking? So everyone turns back to the screen. You're just a quirkless failure that wouldn't even cut it as a Rentakup Deku. Kaken screamed. You didn't help me. You did nothing. I don't owe you anything. You got that? Izuku nodded fearfully as Kaken stalked off. He was right. Izuku really hadn't done anything except get in the way. But at least he'd tried. It had been weirdly exhilarating. That one moment of risking his life for someone else before giving up on his dreams forever. Problem child, are you an adrenaline junkie? Aizawa calls out. I honestly don't know, sensei. Wonderful, Aizawa grumbles. It would explain some things. Mike points out. I think he knows that. Midnight whispers. If you want to be a hero so bad, take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll be born with a quirk in the next life. DMN Bakugo. It's like you're getting progressively worse in each world. Zero comments as the others agree. Whatever, idiots. Bakugo huffs. Izuku shook his head. No, Kaken was just being mean. Izuku didn't actually want to die, right? That's not why he'd run in to stop that villain. The rush was just because he'd deluded himself into thinking he was helping Kaken. Oh, the poor thing. Uraraka whispers. I hope he doesn't do anything rash. Todoroki insists. To be fair, that's kind of Midoriya's Kiro. I hate to be negative, but Midoriya can be rather impulsive. Ida reluctantly agrees. Sorry. Izuku says softly, which the squad insists is part of his charm. So he smiles softly. And there were plenty of other ways to help people, just like All Might had said. He could become a policeman. That's a decent backup plan. Midnight remarks. You wouldn't even cut it as a Rentaku. No, it would probably be best to do some research when he got home. There had to be other people out there that realized they couldn't be heroes, right? Maybe he could do some digging online and find out what careers they went into. So much for the backup plan. Midnight grumbles. Indeed, though the instinct to research when uncertain is the mark of an intelligent individual. Nedzu pipes up. He walked into the apartment and was immediately almost knocked off his feet as his mom ran to hug him. Oh, Izuku, baby. I was so worried. What were you thinking? I guess I wasn't. Izuku chuckled. Sorry, Mom. After finally convincing his crying mother that he was, in fact, alive and well, He took a shower and then sat down with his laptop to look into alternate careers. The question now was what to type into the search engine. That can be difficult to decide. Ida comments, what to do when you can't be a hero. The search algorithm must be designed to search for any word in the entered phrase, because the top results were all interview clips from various pro heroes, giving the anyone can be a hero speech. Lies. Halfway down the page, however, Izuku finally saw a result that looked halfway like what he was actually searching for. Mood Kaminari adds, and what exactly do you research? Dunce face. Bakugo snaps. Do you really want to know? FCK no. Then don't ask. It took a while for Kirishima to calm Bakugo down after that. He CLC'd on the link, and it took him to a thread on one of the hero forums. A user a few years ago had asked, I just took the exams for several different hero courses and didn't get in. Being a hero was all I ever wanted to do. So what should I do now that it isn't an option? Well, Izuku hadn't quite gotten to the point of actually taking the UA entrance exam, but the rest applied pretty well. He scrolled through the various answers. A lot of them just offered condolences and told the asker to talk to the career counselor at their school. Izuku didn't think that it helped him much though, considering that when he'd met with his school counselor last year, the woman had told him to consider being a garbage man. Not that that wasn't a completely valid career, but he knew she only suggested it because he was quirkless. What a beach, Jiru calls out. That language is unbecoming of Ida begins. Excuse me, Ida, Headcase speaks up. While normally you would be right to correct your classmate's choice of speech, I, as the entity who rules this space, allow a reasonable amount of swearing. Still, I would like to thank you for being so considerate. Very well, I'll try to remember that Izuku wanted a job where he could actually help people. A few people suggested being a doctor, but Izuku didn't think he was smart enough for that. His classmates were always telling him that he was a stupid Deku, after all. A policeman might be a good option, but then again, Kachin was probably right. If he didn't have what it took to be a hero, why would he have what it took to be a cop? He was just about to close the browser and go to bed when a comment with a large thread caught his eye. Well, if you didn't get into the hero course, you can always be a vigilante. Problem child, please, just no. Aizawa gripes. Most of the replies to that were exactly what Izuku suspected they'd be. Basically bullying the commentator for suggesting something so obviously illegal. Izuku shouldn't even be thinking about this. He was in enough trouble for running into the situation earlier, but wait. Wasn't that vigilantism too? They probably let him off easy because he's a kid, and it was obviously the first time he'd done something like that. But that thrill of almost dying to save someone else. Izuku opened another tab. It wouldn't hurt to do some more research on vigilantes, right? The more he learned, the more he'd understand that this was a completely stupid idea that he absolutely should not do. It was obviously stupidly dangerous, and had a very good chance of killing him, right? Maybe he'll talk himself out of it. Ochako says hopefully. I should hope so. Vigilantism is a terrible crime to commit. Ida informs, to which both Midoriya and Todoroki give him a look. He promptly turns back the screen. There wasn't a whole lot of information on particular vigilantes, at least not as much as there was on the legal heroes. Heroism was often based on fame, but apparently, most vigilantes didn't get very popular. But popularity wasn't very important to Izuku. He didn't really need to be popular to be happy. Fame was for people like Kakin who deserved it. Poor thing thinks so little of himself. Who could possibly say that someone who tells you to kill yourself deserves to be a hero? Midnight wonders aloud. Many can't help but wonder the same. Then, around midnight, Izuku read a research paper about a group a few years ago called the Naruhodo Vigilantes. It was by a college student who apparently hadn't gone on to do any more serious research. But it did give a decent overview of vigilantism in general, and how illegal heroes were seen by the general population. According to the Japanese government, vigilantism is defined as using one's quirk in an unauthorized act of heroism. The vigilantes of Naruhodo definitely fit the bill. But do people see them as evil, like the government proclaims, or as good? Izuku read the first sentence a total of 5 times before looking up the actual law. At least according to the government, quirkless people couldn't technically be vigilantes. Wait, he couldn't be a vigilante. Is that a thing? No one's quite sure who asked as everyone turns toward the teachers and pros. Allow me to check. Tsukachi pulls out his phone and pulls up the laws relating to vigilantes. Everyone holds their breath. As it turns out, that is correct. A murmur rolls through the room as everyone turns back toward the screen. Izuku didn't end up getting any sleep that night, since by the time he'd finished reading all the various laws on self-defense and quirk usage, the sun was already rising. He should still probably find some way to conceal his identity, since he didn't want to make his mother worry. But well, there was no law preventing him from risking his life to help people. The screen fades to the chapter menu. Teacher's Bros, why aren't I surprised with young Midoriya taking the path of a vigilante? All Might speaks up. Because he seems to live for saving others. We are quite lucky to get to teach someone so driven. Nezu chirps. Can't wait to see what's coming up. That's Amplifier putting in her 2 cents. That's the 3rd chapter 1 we've seen. 1 more to go. Aizawa reminds. Deku Squad, if there a reason you two have Ida a look when he condemned vigilantism. Kiro? Oh, nothing. Todoroki says as Midoriya spits out, don't worry about it. The girls eye them warily, but ultimately decide not to push. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist The Death of a Dream Izuku numbly watched the door shut behind All Might. Kaken had been right. He really couldn't be a hero. Izuku felt the tears prickling at the corners of his eyes and looked around. If he went home right now, Mom would hear him crying in his room and wonder what was wrong. And Izuku didn't really feel up to explaining himself right then. This rooftop, however, was completely deserted. Making his decision, he sat down and hugged his knees to his CH, sent as he let himself break down. So now we get to see what would happen if he chose, not just to accept All Might's words, but to process them properly as well. Hound Dog growls. He should have known that would be All Might's answer. He had studied quirks for years, so he of all people should know that a quirkless teenager had no chance of beating villains with strong quirks. He couldn't even beat Kaken. He should have seen this coming, so why did it still hurt so much? Because you've dedicated your life to that. Uraraka shouts at the screen. After a few minutes of this, he became vaguely aware of the sounds of fireworks in the distance, and almost stood up to look before changing his mind and curling up even tighter as he sobbed harder. The fireworks would probably look pretty and might even cheer him up a little bit, but Izuku wasn't really in the mood for pretty things. No matter how cool they looked, fireworks wouldn't be able to put his shattered dream back together. Those ain't some DMN fireworks, Bakugo shouts. Is this the slime thing again? Kaminari asks. FC King obviously, Bakugo snaps. The explosions were a good background for his pity party though, Izuku thought with a wet chuckle. It was almost like the world itself was celebrating that he'd finally come to terms with reality. He couldn't really tell if he was sobbing or laughing at the mental image of Kaken and his teachers in party hats, gathering around a cake with All Might's true form on it, as they set off confetti poppers. Congratulations. Humor found in darkness is often its only reprieve. Takoyami rumbles. He was definitely laughing now. Kaken would totally have a disgruntled expression on his face at being forced into a party hat. But Auntie Mistuki would probably just hit him on the head if he tried to take it off. Mom would be the one to cut the cake, and she'd look proud and relieved as she gave him the first piece and told him to be sure to pick something safe for his next dream. Many can't help but chuckle at the image on the screen. However, Aizawa asks aloud, does his mother support his heroics career? To which the teachers and pros begin to argue. I can answer that. All Might speaks up. While she readily admits she would prefer young Midoriya choose a safer path, she makes great effort to calm her worries for his sake. Izuku took a deep breath and stood up, wiping the last of his tears from his cheeks. There was still a dull ache in his St. Hendo, and he still didn't know what he was supposed to do now. But well, it probably wasn't the best coping mechanism. But he felt like his imaginary pity party was almost like a funeral for his aspirations of being a hero. Wait, was this feeling grief? That would make sense. But it seemed weird to feel grief for something that wasn't a person. His dream was kind of like a pet, right? He'd cared for it for years and refused to let go. And now it was gone. So it was probably okay to be a little sad. He's actually processing very well so far. Hound Dog insists. The sun had set sometime during his breakdown, So Izuku hurried straight home, only pausing once to check his reflection in a shop window to make sure his eyes weren't too red. He ran up the stairs to his apartment and quickly took off his shoes before digging in his backpack for his hero analysis notebook. Between the sludge villain and the koi pond, he was lucky that it was legible at all. He should put it in the freezer to save it, so he could transfer his notes into another book. Then he could carefully take out the pages that All Might had signed and frame them. He crushes your dream, and still you worship him. Shigaraki gripes at the screen. I'm home, he called out as he walked toward the kitchen. He should put the notebook in a plastic bag before putting it in the freezer, so it didn't get anything gross on the food. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom, running at him so fast that she slid across the kitchen floor and almost knocked him down with the force of her hug. Oh, Izuku. I was so worried about you. That's odd. Midoriya says I usually get home late. Izuku looked at the clock. He wasn't that much later than he normally was. He knew for a fact he'd gotten home much later, because he'd lost track of time watching hero fights. So why was Mom so worried today? She couldn't know what All Might had told him yet, could she? Really, problem child. How could she possibly know that? Aizawa grumbles. Mom was still talking, rambling in her worry. I saw about Katsuki on the news, and I know that you take that route home sometimes. And I couldn't see you, and you weren't answering your phone, and I was just imagining what would have happened if the villain had grabbed you instead, because Katsuki was barely fighting him off with his explosions and… Izuku went cold. What? What happened to Kaken? Mom froze. You didn't know? Oh, the slime incident again? Midnight wonders aloud. Indeed, Nezu chirps, it would seem this event is a commonality between these stories. Izuku shook his head frantically and stared at her with wide eyes. Mom pressed her lips together in worry, then led him into the living room and unmuted the TV. There was a young reporter on the screen, backlit against a few still-burning fires as backdraft, and a few other heroes lingered in the background. The sludge villain seemed to be intent on suffocating his victim. Thankfully, the heroes on the scene were able to keep the others in the area safe until the arrival of All Might, who defeated the villain and saved the hostage, as expected of the number one hero. The sludge villain has now been taken into custody by police, while the hostage and several bystanders were taken to the hospital for various injuries. They had to take him to the hospital. Izuku fretted. Is he going to be okay? Deku, you're too nice. Uraraka insists. What do you mean? The other you is showing concern for his bully. Todoroki begins. And we have no doubt you'd do the same. It's not a bad thing, Kiro. Indeed, an admirable trait in a hero in training. Thanks, guys. Izuku beams. Thankfully, Mom nodded quickly. Mitsuki said he won't even have to stay the night. The only reason they took him at all was because he apparently passed out for a minute or two before All Might got to him. But he's going to be okay. Izuku sighed in relief. He wasn't sure what he'd do if Kaken had been hurt or died. It would have been his fault for distracting All Might and making him use up all his time. And Izuku wasn't sure if he'd be able to deal with that, especially since the description of the villain sounded like the one All Might had saved Izuku from, which meant that Izuku distracting him probably allowed the villain to escape. It was a good thing he'd already held the funeral for his dream, because there was no way he was capable of being a hero if he let villains escape like that. But Kaken was okay. All Might saved him. Don't be relieved your DMN bully is okay. Be happy karma came for his butt. Dabai comments. Oh no, was All Might okay? Izuku quickly excused himself and ran to his computer to look up footage of the fight. All Might didn't look tired, but then again, he didn't look like a skeleton either, so Izuku knew he was good at hiding things. He almost melted in relief when All Might jumped away without talking to a single reporter as soon as Kaken was safe. He was already past his limit when he talked to Izuku, and he'd probably had to go beyond that to save Kaken. But that didn't mean he had to force himself to stay and chat. Hopefully, he was at home taking a well-deserved nap. What a sweetheart. Midnight squeals. We are lucky to have met him, aren't we? All Might smiles softly. The other teachers can't help but agree. Izuku spent the rest of the night studying the fight. The sludge villain was a lot less impressive when he wasn't drowning in it. Many murmurs consider this Midoriya being attacked first, and what that means for the story as a whole. But apparently, the heroes on the scene before All Might got there didn't agree. because they seemed at a loss for what to do. Izuku pulled out a new notebook and started analyzing. While it made sense for Backdraft to fight the fires, it would have been better to prioritize the rescue and have him dilute the villain enough for him to let go of Kaken. It would have meant leaving the fires burning, but since there were more fires the longer Kaken was held hostage, it would have been better in the long run. Why didn't I think of that? Backdraft complains. Mount Lady could have helped with evacuation, especially if Backdraft was busy taking care of the villain. Her height prevented her from getting into the narrow street where the fight was, but it was wide enough that she could have reached her arm in and let people climb onto it from the upper windows. And if she could reach her arm in, it might even have been possible for her to grab Kaken from the villain without ever stepping into the street, depending on how far down the street they were. Well, when you put it like that, Mount Lady says, slightly embarrassed. Kamui Woods and Death Arms were more difficult, but if Kamui had looped around to come at the villain from behind, he might have been able to grab Kaken without getting in range of his hands. Death Arms could easily have helped with the evacuation. Doesn't you? Offer refresher courses? Kamui asks aloud. I'll make preparations for a strategy course when we return. Nedzu replies, I expect you each to attend. They all quickly agree. Eventually, Mom confiscated his notebook and forced him to go to bed. But Izuku's head still kept him awake for another hour, going through all the possibilities of how that fight could have gone differently. Finally, his thoughts slowed down enough for him to slowly drift off to sleep with one last coherent thought. Is there a way to help heroes work smarter? Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro Deku private chat fic. Ashido and Kaminari cheer. 58726. Miss Joke so. Does anyone know who our mystery analyst actually is? Guess that's why I'm here, Miss Joke chimes. 87657. Mr. Brave, does anyone know who any of us are? We're called underground heroes for a reason. And me. Mr. Brave adds. 58726. Miss Joke point taken. 72598. Sir Nightai, it is a valid question though. He came out of nowhere. How do we know he's not a villain giving us false information in order to defeat us? It looks like Mary features in this story. All Might observes. 58726. Miss Joke, how do you know it's a he? 12579. Eraserhead, so far, all the information he's given me has been accurate, and no villains have known information about me that they shouldn't. Besides, if he was a villain, I think we would have already been targeted, considering he could have easily beaten any one of us using the information in the analyses he sent us. As strange as the situation is, I think he really is trustworthy, but only time will tell. That's high praise from you, Sho. Mike mentions. Meanwhile, my notes can't be that good. Izuku mumbles. In one of these worlds, you basically planned an assassination, Todoroki insists, and it was very successful. I guess. Midoriya grumbles. 58726. Miss Joke, it's possible. He's a pro who's new on the scene. They think I'm a pro, Izuku exclaims. 87657. Mr. Brave with that level of analysis. More likely he's some veteran deigning to impart his infinite wisdom on the younger generation. He's had an account on this site for years. I checked. But he's never posted before now. They think you're a veteran pro. Uraraka enthuses. 58726. Miss Joke, maybe it's Nedzu. Probably the first place I checked. Aizawa mentions. 12579. Eraserhead, no. I already asked him if he was behind it. I'm leaning more toward a retired pro. You know yourself so well. Midnight teases. 72598. Sir Nightai, what are we even supposed to call him? If he's a hero, what's his codename? 87657. Mr. Brave, yeah. Typing out mystery analyst every time is gonna get old real quick. 12579. Eraserhead, well, there's only one logical way to find out. How's that? Mike asks. I don't know, maybe ask him. Aizawa deadpans. It had been a little over a week since Izuku had impulsively started sending his analyses to pro heroes, and he had quickly fallen into a new routine. Go to school, hide from catch-on at lunch, more school, run from catch-on after class, maybe catch a villain fight on the way home, do homework, eat dinner, complete analysis requests from the hero underground, and go to bed. Most of the time, heroes simply wanted an analysis for themselves. But a handful had started sending him videos of villains in action for him to analyze. Aside from the dodging of bullies, it's a wonderful schedule. Nedzu compliments. Today, Izuku logged into his account hesitantly, with Kachon's most recent jeers still echoing in his ears. It had been a bad day and Izuku had failed at both hiding and running, resulting in twice as many beatings. Why had he ever even thought he could be useful to actual heroes, when he was just a weak, useless, worthless, quirkless Deku? For someone to feel that way, the bullying would need to be severe and consistent. Hound Dog comments. Izuku shook his head and opened his inbox to find a new message from Eraserhead. New message 12579. Eraserhead, by the way, what's your codename? When you want information, it's best to be direct. Aizawa insists. Kachon's voice echoed in Izuku's mind. Useless, worthless Deku private chat 12579. Eraserhead, his name is Deku. The screen fades. Why didn't you tell me it was that bad? Uraraka exclaims. If I had known. Uraraka, please calm down. Izuku raises his voice to be heard. You changed the meaning of that name, and for that, I'll always be grateful. Do you mean that problem child? Aizawa calls down. Yes, sensei. He replies, my friends have taken something I've hated and turned it into something I can't see myself without. Is that the only reason you chose that name? Midnight adds. No, he answers, but I rather not say the other reasons yet. All right then. Now playing Mastermind, strategist for higher hope for the future despite his best efforts. Izuku found himself at an internet cafe, logging into his Mastermind account a little under 2 weeks after Mount Lady's death. So much for one accessory to murder, huh? Dusty Dabai snarks. Just because he's going to the account doesn't mean he'll do it again. Shigaraki warns. The TV in the corner is playing the news, and even now won't stop talking about the murder. There's even talk about putting a memorial up where she was killed. Han, you've been unusually quiet. You doing all right? Midnight addresses Mount Lady. I don't know. I mean, she begins. Everyone remains quiet to give her time. I'm dead. In that world at least. I don't know how to feel. Yeah, Kamui adds, even though we don't always get along, I consider us friends. It's only natural. Hound Dog informs any death can be traumatic, much less your own. The others are quick to offer words of comfort and understanding. You know, each of us could find ourselves in her situation, if this story goes the way we think it will. Aizawa warns. At that, the group becomes slightly more solemn. Every time he hears about it, he feels a weird mixture of pride and nausea. The same feeling he felt every time he considered logging into his account. He's getting into it. Toga cheers. Don't hold your breath. Shigaraki denies it. He knew that he should just let it lie. But recent events had shown how not great he was at that. Once his brain had latched onto a problem, it wouldn't rest until it was dead. Literally, in the case of Mount Lady. A few snorts of unknown origin echo throughout the room. He CLC'd on the little envelope at the top of the screen, seeing a notification for 4 new messages. He opened the oldest one first, the only one from the original Mount Lady poster. New message. From Yher Zeruiz 301. Thanks for the plan. I couldn't have done it without you. Well, I couldn't have gotten away with it at least. I know your reasons for helping are your own, mine are too. But just know that if you ever need anything, I've got your back. He's already had a success, Tsukachi states. Hopefully we'll catch him quickly. The group as a whole is quick to agree. Well, Izuku thought, that's nice of him at least. He sat back and took a deep breath. No one had ever thanked him before, well, not including his mom. Goodness knows Kaken never did. It felt really good if Izuku was being honest with himself, even if it was coming from a murderer. Is validation all it takes? Izuku wonders sadly. Well, he doesn't have us to tell him how great he is. Uraraka reminds. I'm not that great. He denies it. You're kind. Determined, studious guys. Izuku whines, embarrassed by the attention. But the Deku squad just keeps going. The thought made Izuku nauseous again. Just how desperate was he for attention, if a compliment from a villain was enough to send him over the moon? He really was as pathetic as Kaken was always saying, wasn't he? Izuku shook his head in an attempt to yank himself out of a self-pity spiral. If he let that get going, He might be there for hours, and he really didn't want to stay logged in on his villain account longer than necessary. He pointedly ignored the voice in the back of his head that said having a villain account wasn't supposed to be necessary at all. It was then that he noticed the thank you note had a postscript. P.S. I hope you don't mind that I told a few friends about your account. None of them are cops, so don't worry about any snitches. Oh great, Aizawa says recommendations. Izuku hurriedly CLC'd back to his inbox, trying not to panic. He refreshed the page twice, willing the words on the screen to change, but when had anything ever actually paid attention to what he wanted? 3 new messages. From villains. It wasn't like Izuku could justify it like he could last time by saying he didn't know for certain these were villains. They had been referred to him by a murderer specifically because he had apparently made a murder plan. There was no way they weren't villains. This was terrible. What had he gotten himself into? A quiet chant of do it, do it, do it can be heard from the villains section. Hey kid, are you okay? Izuku jumped when the teenager who had been running the counter put a hand on his shoulder. He hadn't even realized he'd been hyperventilating until that moment. He nodded, willing the worker to just go away. But apparently he wasn't that great of an actor, because the worker just stood there looking concerned. Izuku took a few deep breaths, both to calm himself down and to convince the worker he'd be fine. When he felt he'd staved off the panic attack, he met the worker's eyes. Thank you for your concern. I think I'll actually be heading home now. The worker nodded and walked back to the counter as Izuku signed out without reading the other messages. Let's hope he leaves it at that. Mike praised. He considered deleting the account, but the worker was still eyeing him with concern, so Izuku didn't want to take too long. He almost sighed in relief when he walked through the doors. No doubt if the worker had seen anything incriminating on his screen, he would have called the cops rather than helping Izuku through a panic attack. He pulled at his hood self-consciously as he turned toward home. Someone thought he was useful. The thought almost stopped him in his tracks, but he managed to trip over the air instead. Someone thought he was useful. Sure, that someone was a villain, but still, someone thought he was useful. That meant he wasn't just a worthless Deku. This is depressing. Kaminari complains. Way to state the obvious. Jiru snarks. Bad Izuku. He shook his head. As great as that compliment felt, it was still coming from a villain, a murderer, and murder was wrong. Izuku reminded himself that this was a world he didn't want to be caught up in, and he didn't want to associate with murderers, despite the fact that they seemed to be the only ones that didn't see him as a waste of space. Murder is wrong. Izuku didn't want to be a villain, he just had to keep reminding himself of that. He doesn't sound convinced. Midnight points out. Take note, students. Nedzu addresses the room villains are rarely ever born, but usually created. The students took a moment to digest this lesson. Izuku kept his head down as he walked to his seat at the back of the classroom, mentally willing himself to become invisible. Kaken had been quiet for a few days, which normally meant that an explosion was coming. He was so concerned with not meeting Kaken's eye that he didn't notice the foot sticking out in the aisle until he was already going down. As it was, he knocked his chin HRD on one of the desks and just barely avoided biting his tongue as the class roared with laughter. Midoriya, the teacher called out. Izuku felt his hope rise. Was the teacher actually going to step in and put an end to the bullying? He had to have seen that guy trip him, right? If you're quite finished being a disruption, I am ready to begin the lesson. What kind of sorry excuse of a teacher is that? Aizawa barks. Midoriya. Nedzu calls out. Yes, Principal Nedzu. What is the name of your middle school? Aldera, sir. Thank you. Nedzu chirps with a gleam in his eye, causing the other teachers to shiver. Izuku looked up at the teacher from his place on the floor, shocked. The teacher saw what had happened and was still turning a blind eye. Izuku sat shocked for a few silent seconds before looking down at the floor and nodding. He could already feel BLD beginning to drip down his neck from where his chin hit the desk. But it was obvious that he wouldn't be going to the nurse's office today if his teacher's initial reaction was anything to go by. So he just grabbed a handkerchief from his bag and held it to stop the bleeding as he hurriedly found his seat as the teacher began to talk. He's really not going to the nurse? Shiro asks. Hey Bakubro, was your school really like that? Kirishima turns to the blonde. Those extras didn't give a shit about anything. Bakugo states. Did Kaminari hesitates? Did you ever have to deal with that? As if I'd ever be that much of a klutz. The Baka squad isn't sure how to take that. So, everyone, I know that everyone has already decided what high school they want to go to, and that most of you are headed for heroics. However, due to the highly competitive nature of that field, we're obligated to dedicate time to a career planning workshop to make sure you know about other career paths that could be available to you. Take one of these worksheets and pass the rest back. You'll have the whole PRD to work on them, so just raise your hand if you have any questions. Try to keep in mind your quirks, skills, and talents when weighing your options. Most of the students started to move around as soon as they received their worksheets, going to sit by their friends, and the noise level gradually increased as everyone started up side conversations. Izuku turned his attention to the paper and started trying to think of careers that didn't involve heroics. After all, if even All Might didn't think it was possible, oi, Deku, why can't he just leave you alone? Uraraka whines. That's just how he is. Izuku relents. Izuku tensed at Kaken's tone. What now? So, he could tell by the smirk on Kaken's face that whatever he was about to say wasn't going to be pretty, but doubted he could do any worse than the suicide baiting that had become almost common since the sludge villain incident. Teach said we were supposed to pick careers based on our quirks, skills, and talents. But you don't have any of those, so what can you even do? A quirkless Deku like you is so useless, you'll be lucky to be hired to take out the trash. The lackeys surrounding him laughed, and Kaken looked at Deku with a self-satisfied smile, as if he had just told the greatest joke of all time. But then again, Izuku thought bitterly, everything Kaken does is the greatest. A murmur of discontent rolls through the theater. Izuku tried to ignore the jibe and just do his worksheet, but Kaken's words, unfortunately, got him thinking, and he pulled out his phone to Google jobs for quirkless people. The results loaded slowly, thanks to the school's cheap internet, but they were no less shocking when they finally appeared. Quirkless unemployment, an epidemic. Quirkless discrimination, fact, fiction, and glass ceilings. Quirkless unemployment. Statistics. Izuku skimmed through the articles, frantically at first, then with more and more numbness as the hour went by. Of all the quirkless people who lived to adulthood, which was only about half since suicide rates were so high, almost 80% were unemployed. Of the lucky 20% that managed to find jobs, almost all were making minimum wage, and the exceptions were mostly older professionals who had been hired and promoted back when quirklessness was more common. If someone had asked Izuku that morning what would be more harmful, a throwaway insult in homeroom, or the beating that Kaken gave him after school, he would have said the beating, hands down. In actuality, though, he barely felt the explosions and hardly remembered patching his wounds after. He's learning the strong way just how cruel the world really is. Dabai mumbles. The fact that quirkless unemployment was the first result when looking up statistics on the quirkless was rather telling. But that couldn't apply to Izuku, right? After all, Izuku was smart, capable, and determined. He tried to avoid thinking back to the 3 unread messages sitting in his villain inbox. He wouldn't have a problem finding a job if he really put his mind to it. He wouldn't just be another statistic, living on the streets just because of something he was born with outright. Why do I get the feeling he's going to be sorely disappointed? Midnight asks. Maybe because you've been paying attention for once. Aizawa deadpans. Hey, charging to kill heroes would pay the bills at least. Izuku tried to shake the unwelcome thought from his mind as he washed up for dinner, but it stuck there like a stubborn piece of gum. After all, on the internet, no one knew he was quirkless, and his skills obviously spoke for themselves. Yeah, he might have to worry about avoiding the police, but he could bypass the invisible walls that kept the quirkless in their place, as Kaken would say. DMN, that explosion kid is a grade or a hole. Dabai comments. Which is why he'd make a great villain. Shigaraki states. We already tried to recruit him, and failed. Twice reminds let's try again. No, bad Izuku. He tried to calm down by having a staring contest with himself in the bathroom mirror. Then went out and joined his mother at the table. Murder is wrong, right? Right, don't go down that road. Uraraka calls out. No, Izuku wouldn't become just another statistic. And he wouldn't let himself become a villain either, despite how tempting that might be. But what should he do? You're awfully quiet tonight. Sweetie. Izuku was startled out of his thoughts, His mother was looking at him with concern and pity in her eyes. He was so sick of pity, practically begging him to tell her what was wrong. He couldn't do that. She wouldn't understand. But what could he tell her? He smiled as an idea occurred to him. "I want to try and get a job," he blurted out. A few students shout out encouragement towards the screen, hoping, praying he finds one. Mom's eyes widened slightly at first, but then her face relaxed with relief. She'd probably thought it was something a whole lot worse if only she knew. "I think that's wonderful, sweetie. What brought this on?" She smiled. "We had a career day at school, and I thought it would be helpful to get some experience to help me decide." Izuku lied easily. "And wow, wasn't that concerning?" "It is." Aizawa deadpans. "Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help you." His mom teared up. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Your mom seems very nice." Kiro. "Yeah, she's the best," Midoriya admits softly. After a few more tears, Izuku finally finished dinner and went to his room to start on his plan. This was his chance. If he could find a job despite being quirkless, then that would mean that the statistics were wrong and there was hope for his future. If he could get a job, then he really had no reason to turn to villainy, right? As Izuku researched job openings and began filling out online applications, he made a deal with himself. If he got a job, he would delete his Mastermind account. And if he didn't, well, he'd cross that bridge when he got to it. The screen fades and the theater remained silent until Ashido remarks, "Well, that was ominous," followed by a chorus of agreements in the vein of "no sits, and you don't says." Now playing Vidiian, the Green Guide first day of the rest of my life. When Izuku arrived at school the next day, his classmates had already heard both about Kaken's invitation to jump off a roof and Izuku's idiotic run-in with a sludge villain, and they had apparently decided that the two must be related. "Hey loser, there are easier ways to kill yourself. He was just being an attention hog. Can you imagine wanting to die on live TV? Those little sits." Uraraka blurts out. "As much as dislike your choice of language, I have to agree." Ida intones. "Thank goodness that didn't happen in this world." Izuku mumbles. "What was that?" Todoroki asks. The whole squad turns to Midoriya. "Oh, nothing." Izuku exclaims. "At least, nothing you need to worry about." "If you say so, Kiro." Izuku ignored them. He didn't want to kill himself. That was stupid, and would break his mother's heart. Not to mention that if he killed himself, Kaken would get in trouble for suicide baiting him. "That's what you're worried about?" Dabai questions loudly. There were a lot of reasons why the teachers didn't bother reporting Kaken for his more explosive tendencies. But one of them was that if Kaken's treatment of him were discovered, he might not be able to go to UA and Izuku wouldn't be able to live with himself if he was the reason Kaken didn't become a hero. Well, he wouldn't be living at all in that hypothetical situation, would he? Whatever, it was still the same concept. "Oh, the poor bean," Midnight says. "Bean?" Aizawa questions. "Green bean." Midnight informs, as though that explains anything. If he were to die doing vigilante stuff, on the other hand, it sounds like he's making plans. Ashido whispers. "He better FC King not." Bakugo barks. "Easy bro, Zero comforts, that's a different world. It's not like you actually told him to kill himself, right?" Bakugo says quietly. "Obviously, I didn't." Izuku shook his head. He really shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that. It wasn't normal. He sat down at his desk and sighed at the flower someone had put on it. Apparently, there had been some sort of unspoken barrier against telling Izuku to kill himself. But now that Kaken had blown that barrier up, the other students were more than happy to follow his lead. Bakugo's qualities as a leader could have been disastrous. Hound Dog comments. "And they will be," Aizawa adds for the villains. Izuku glanced over toward Kaken, who was very determinedly not looking at Izuku. No, Izuku should stop thinking everything was about him. Kaken just thought that the view out the window was much more interesting to look at than a worthless Deku like him, and he was right. Izuku grabbed the flower and went to throw it away amidst a chorus of giggles and whispers from his classmates. He could handle this. It really wasn't that much worse than it had been, and Izuku was used to insults and threats. Why should this new evolution be any different? Revelry in the dark. Takoyami whispers. "I'd have to agree." Shoji replies. Izuku had been wrong. Suicide baiting was different than what he'd been through before. A few days ago, he definitely suspected that most people would be happy if he died. But now he knew it. Was living even worth it anymore? Maybe it would be easier, but Izuku still couldn't be responsible for getting Kakin in trouble or making his mom feel guilty. He frowned as he started to walk home. Being quirkless sucked. How uncouth, Momo sassing someone for something they can't control. Animals, all of them. Seriously, what's wrong with people? Hagakure blurts out. Maybe he should go out and do some vigilante stuff later. When he'd researched it last night, he'd originally planned on waiting a few months to go out so he could get in shape and maybe get some fight training. But after the day he just had, well, he wasn't going to go intentionally put himself in danger. He was just going out to get the lay of the land, right? Problem child, don't get yourself hurt on night one. Aizawa bristles. He took a detour to a nearby shopping center on the way home, since he didn't really have anything appropriate to wear for technically legal crime fighting. Gotta love loopholes. No one is sure who said that. His mom would be so worried if he somehow got a cold because he didn't dress warmly enough before going out all night. So he couldn't just wear one of his t-shirts. You're going out to pick fights with villains, and you're worried about catching a cold. Ajaru asks the screen. The problem was that all his jackets and hoodies were hero merch. Not that there was anything wrong with wearing hero merch, but there'd been another vigilante, the Crawler, who wore an All Might hoodie. Izuku didn't want people thinking that he was the Crawler, because what if that guy got in trouble for what he did? Besides, it wasn't very polite to steal someone else's signature look. Oh yes, Shigaraki snarks copyrights and all that. He ended up buying a dark green hoodie. It was thick enough that it would keep him warm, and the dark color would be good to help him blend into the shadows. Black would probably be better. But the store was out of black, and he was left to choose between green or navy. So he figured he may as well match his hair. Aoyama pipes up, matching one's outfit to their natural coloration is tree magnific. There was a costume store next door to the department store he'd bought the hoodie at. So he decided he'd walk around and see what he could find to hide his identity. After looking at probably way too many different kinds of masks, he groaned in frustration. The simplest option would be to choose a simple domino mask. But one good punch, and it'd be flying off his face. Not to mention that it might slide around and impair his field of vision, which wouldn't be safe at all. He was about to leave when he walked past a display of different goggles. That might be useful if someone tried to throw dirt in his eyes or something, right? The only problem was that he'd be going out at night. The goggles would need to be tinted to hide his face, but then they'd darken his field of vision. Izuku frowned, then noticed a sticker on one of the brands. Quirk enhanced, won't color your vision. That would work. Him getting things that could be found anywhere is going to make him strong to track. Tsukachi informs. And the problem child isn't even doing it on purpose. Aizawa gripes, it's just convenient. Izuku tried on a pair and sure enough, even though he should be seeing everything in hot pink, the world looked completely normal. He shook his head a few times to see if they were secure. All right, so the goggles weren't just going to fall off like a mask would. But did he really want them in pink? He ended up getting the goggles in dark green to match the hoodie and his hair. It was much simpler to have everything match rather than try to worry about accent colors and everything. And it's not like Izuku actually cared about what his vigilante alter ego looked like. He just wanted to help people. If he were going to be an actual hero, stuff like looks would be really important. Buff didn't think he even deserved to look like a hero. So, Izuku really didn't need his vigilante outfit to be anything special. He just needed it to be practical. Another thing to make him strong to track. Midnight ads. The guy at the checkout had a unicorn quirk, which Izuku thought was pretty cool. Did he just have the horn, or were there other aspects of his quirk? Could he run faster than the average person? How did the horn affect? Damn it, nerd. Bakugo shouts at the screen, pay attention to what you're doing. Hey kid, are you actually gonna buy that? Or are you just gonna stand there? Sorry. Izuku put the goggles down on the counter, and the guy scanned them. Nice goggles, kid. You making a cosplay? Planning out his vigilante outfit was kinda like making a cosplay, right? Yep. Wow, Deku. Your Araka teases so convincing. Izuku responds by glowing bright red. The cashier nodded. Cool. That's where most of our sales come from, you know. But, by the way, if you're going for Hawks, we do have yellow goggles in the same brand. No thank you. It's, for something else. The guy shrugged. Gotta admit, I don't know all the heroes, but good luck with your cosplay. Hope it turns out okay. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Have a nice day. That cashier was such a cutie, Toga exclaims. I wonder how much better he'd be covered in BLD. When we get back home, you can figure that out. Dabai smirks. When Izuku got home, he hid the bags in the back of his closet and got to work on his homework, which was deceptively easy as usual. He always got through it too quickly, so he had to go back and second-guess all his answers because his classmates, even Kaken, took twice as long, and there's no way Izuku was smarter than them. So, yeah, doing his homework didn't make him any less stressed. He's right, he's not smart. Todoroki deadpans. I know. Midoriya whispers. The squad goes to comfort Izuku and admonish Todoroki, who quickly but evenly says you're brilliant, making the others beam. Mom called him for dinner right as he finally finished. She kept glancing at him between bites like she was trying to check if he was okay. He didn't know why she was so worried. He hadn't had any negative effects from the villain attack last night, and it wasn't likely he was going to be affected by it now. And Mom couldn't be worried about the bullying because she thought it was a thing of the past. When Izuku was 9, he'd realized that the only one he was hurting by reporting his classmates was himself, because he'd get detention for being a troublemaker. So he'd told Mom that it had stopped and had taken up first aid as a hobby. All might. Aizawa turns to the blonde. Yes, Aizawa. As the person that knows Midoriya best, Aizawa begins. Would he ever ask for help from anyone? Small Mike thinks for a moment. I don't think he would. They stay quiet for a while. Perhaps a few sessions with Hound Dog will help with that. I'll add him to my schedule. Hound Dog interrupts. Wait until we get home to approach him about it. This really isn't the place. Both readily agree. So if it wasn't the villain attack, and it wasn't the bullying, what was she so worried about? You're quiet tonight, Izuku. Mom said finally. Is everything okay? Oh, so she was worried because he wasn't talking. That made sense. But he couldn't tell her about the Vigilante thing. She'd be so worried. Yeah, Mom, all good. He smiled. It was just a long day at school, so I'm pretty tired. Mom frowned. Those teachers aren't overworking you, are they? No, they're just trying to get us ready for high school, and you know how much work that takes. Oh, well, that's a relief. Mom smiled. So, have you given any more thought to what high school you want to go to? I know you've had your heart set on UA. Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku gave a strained smile. I'm not really sure anymore. Don't get me wrong, UA is a great school. It's just I'm not sure it's realistic. No, Midabro, you could have made it. Inko got a look on her face that was halfway between relief and pity, like she wasn't sure how she was supposed to feel. Izuku could relate. He finished his food and stood to take his dishes to the sink. Thank you for the food, Mom. I think I'm going to go to bed early tonight. Okay, baby. Inko stood to give him a hug. Just know that I'll support you, whatever you decide. Okay? Izuku smiled for real this time. That means a lot, Mom. I love you. I love you too, baby. Dawa, that's so wholesome, Ashido exclaims. I know, right? Kaminari adds. Mama Midoriya, Momdoriya, Mamadoriya Kirishima ponders. Mamadoriya Siro suggests. That's it. She's so sweet, would you idiots shut up? In a sec, Bakubro Izuku woke up to his alarm at 1 a.m. and quickly silenced his phone. Mom was a deep sleeper, but that still didn't mean he could be as loud as he wanted without waking her up. He used the light from his phone and rifled through his closet until he found the hoodie and mask he'd just bought. Then quickly pulled on an old pair of black jeans that had gotten ripped when Kaken pushed him down the stairs last month, and a black long-sleeved shirt. He put on the hoodie, but held the goggles in his hand for a long moment before finally just stuffing them in the hoodie pocket. Even though he was technically going out as a vigilante, he wasn't actually planning on stopping any crimes tonight. Sure, Izuku's neighborhood wasn't the best, but there were always heroes patrolling during the day, so there shouldn't be too much crime at night either, right? Even if there was, Izuku didn't actually have to get involved. He just wanted to go out and figure out what the streets were like at night. They were bound to look different than they did during the day, and if Izuku was actually planning on being a vigilante long term, it'd be best if he didn't get lost just because it was dark. At least the little listener's being smart about it. Mike comforts. Izuku slipped on his shoes and made sure they were tied tightly before slipping out the front door and locking it behind him. Then he started to wander. Without the goggles, he just looked like a normal, if slightly idiotic, teen on a midnight walk. He figured he could always slip the goggles on if he ran into any trouble, but until then they would just look suspicious. The city looked strange at night. During the day, the streets were crowded and Izuku was constantly being distracted by the sheer variety of quirks he saw. But at night, the streets were practically deserted. Most of the people he saw were either homeless or drunk or both. But they weren't really harming anyone, so Izuku didn't need to get involved. He made mental notes of where the darkest alleys were or where the street lamps were burned out so that he could disappear quickly into the dark if he needed to. But there didn't seem to be any danger yet. Seeing his observational mind at work is quite exciting. Nedzu chirps. Izuku had been walking for 20 minutes and was starting to wonder if he'd even run into any crime tonight when he heard it. This can't be all you've got on you. What kind of guy doesn't even carry a cell phone? Roman 2 swear, that's all I have. Izuku ran to the mouth of an alley and saw a group of 3 large thugs ganging up on a smaller teen. He grabbed his goggles from his hoodie pocket and was about to run in when one of the thugs hit the brick wall with his fist and noticeably cracked it. Oh no, that guy was strong. Okay, here's what you do. Minda said to the screen, back away slowly and run. Coward. Who said that? Izuku ducked behind a dumpster and tried to calm his breathing. There was no way he could fight guys like them. He didn't even have enough muscle to keep Kaken from beating him up. If he ran in there right now, he'd die. And just because Izuku was kinda apathetic about the whole death thing at the moment didn't mean he was ready to walk into certain death. Especially when that death was almost guaranteed to be extremely painful. Whatever keeps you alive, I guess, Shigaraki says sarcastically. But Izuku couldn't just do nothing. The kid was probably really scared, and he was starting to plead with the thugs, so Izuku couldn't just leave him. He needed to be saved. But Izuku couldn't do that, could he? He really was a useless Deku, wasn't he? What was he even good at? You can't do anything, Deku, Kaken had said a couple weeks ago. Well, he said that all the time, but that was the particular instance that came to mind. The only thing you're good at is running away. You've got to be FC King kidding me. Bakugo mumbles in disbelief. Izuku froze. He was good at running away. Most of the time when Kaken beat him up, it was because Izuku was trying to defend someone else. I can see that happening. Satu comments. But if he was going after Izuku himself, he was usually able to run fast enough to avoid a beating. Izuku stood and ran, unnoticed by the thugs or their victim. It was a crazy plan, and might very well get him caught on his first day as a vigilante. But he had to try. Problem child. What are you planning? Aizawa sounds at this Midoriya. Well, if I had to guess. The blue light interrupts, no spoilers. To which Aizawa grumbles. Izuku peeked around the corner, and sure enough, Amplifier was talking to a fan. Oh, I'm in this one. Amplifier cheers. He'd spent so much time watching hero fights over the years that he practically had every hero's patrol route memorized. But he'd never thought it would come in handy for anything besides taking notes. Did you really do this? Todoroki asks. Izuku answers, a little red-faced. Yeah, an impressive feat to be sure, Ida compliments. Still, there were only a few heroes that were active at night, but Amplifier was one of them. Mostly because she fit well into the bar and nightlife scene, and was able to control most of the drunks. She was also the closest to the mugging Izuku had witnessed. Making sure his goggles were secure and his hood was up, Izuku grabbed a medium-sized rock and chucked it at Amplifier, wincing when it hit her on the arm. He hoped he hadn't hurt her. I just threw a rock at a hero. No, Deku, he did. You didn't? What? Who did that? Izuku waited until Amplifier saw him, then gave her a shaky smile so that she knew his attack had been intentional. Then he ran. That little brat. Amplifier laughs. Hey, kid, get back here. He glanced behind him and smiled in triumph when he saw that she was following him. He didn't really know how fast Amplifier could run, but she had to be in shape if she was a pro. Izuku sped up both so that they could get to the mugging faster, and so that she wouldn't catch him. The alley was just around the next corner. Kid, stop. Help. Shut up. Not a bad plan. Mike compliments. Don't encourage him. Aizawa warns. Izuku ducked into a doorway and watched as Amplifier looked torn. On the one hand, she wanted to go after the punk kid that had thrown a rock at her. But on the other, the kid being mugged was obviously in more immediate danger. She cursed, then ran into the alley to stop the mugging. Can you imagine how annoyed you'd be? Ashido asks. I think frustrated would be a better word from it. Siro replies. Izuku smiled, ran over to one of the buildings bordering the alley, and started climbing the fire escape. Yeah, it probably wasn't very Vigilante-like to stay and watch the fight, but well, it wasn't like he was actually a vigilante anyway, right? Typical Bakugo snorts, while giggles surround him. Izuku ended up watching the entire fight from the roof. His fingers twitched, and he decided that he'd have to add a portable notebook to his vigilante outfit. Amplifier's quirk was better for evacuation, since her voice quirk was all volume and very little power. But she was able to imitate some of Present Mike's moves here, since it was a small space, and her opponents were in very close range. Mostly, though, she used some form of mixed martial arts to take down the thugs. Mizuku stood and started imitating some of her moves to get them down in his brain. If he ever wanted to actually fight anyone, it'd be good to have at least some ideas of what to do, even if he didn't actually have any formal training. He'd have to set aside some time to practice every day if he wanted to get better. But well, watch and learn, right? That kid of yours is a quick study Toshinori. Gran Torino says that version is going to be very effective. All Might smiles. Izuku smiled as Amplifier finished fighting the last thug and went to comfort the victim. He'd done it. He'd saved that kid. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he'd led Amplifier to the fight. After the thugs had all been subdued, Izuku climbed back down to the street and ran off to find another crime to stop. He may not be as strong as Kaken, but he could still save people by playing to his strengths. And what was a useless Deku like him good at? Running away, now playing cheat codes. Support strategist a new dream, let's do something at school. Alright students, remember that your finalized high school application plans need to be turned in to the guidance counselor by the end of the week. The teacher said boredly. So if you want to make any changes, they need to be done by then. The bell rang and Izuku hurried to put away rest of his books and get out of the room before Kaken could corner him. Things had been kinda weird since the sludge villain incident a few days ago, and it seemed like Kaken was constantly 2 seconds away from exploding, even more so than he usually was. At least, it probably had something to do with the fact that he had to be saved, and he was probably thinking that their classmates were looking down on him for being weak. So Izuku just thought it would be smarter to avoid him until things calmed down a little bit. That's not a healthy mindset. Hound Dog mentions. You do anger management courses, right? Aizawa states. I'll add him to them. Unfortunately, Kaken had other plans. Leave him alone, god damn it. Uraraka aims at the screen. Izuku had barely managed to get out the front gates of the school when he found himself being slammed into the wall. He coughed as he struggled to catch his breath again, clutching his backpack to his CH since so Kaken couldn't steal it. He had just finished transferring all his hero analysis notes into a fresh notebook. He couldn't let it get destroyed again. You heard what Teach said. Kaken scowled as he held Izuku against the wall. It's your last chance to change your F-seeking mind about going to UA, you DMN nerd. You'd better take it, because there's no chance a worthless nobody like you is ever gonna be a hero. Shouts of he could have and back off ring out. I know, Izuku muttered. Kaken froze. What did you just say? Izuku took a deep breath. I said I know, Kaken. I can't even defend myself from villains. How could I ever hope to defend other people? You were right. I'm never going to be a hero. Bro, you good? Kirishima asks. Bakugo turns to him with a sad frown as opposed to an angry one. I don't know what I'd do if he actually gave up. Izuku took advantage of the short moment Kaken stood there gaping like a fish to pull out of his grip and run down the street, blinking away his tears. It was one thing admitting the truth to himself, but it was another thing entirely to say it to Kaken like that. It made it more real, somehow. And even though the pain was a lot less than it had been when All Might first gave him a reality check, it still hurt. Can we go to the other worlds? HeadcaseKiller posits, asking for a friend. The glowing entity answers with an unamused frown no. And now everyone would know. It wouldn't take long for Kakin to rant about it to his lackeys, and from there it would spread like wildfire. And soon enough, the entire school would know that Izuku Midoriya had finally given up on his dream of being a hero. It would be too late to change his mind. But then again, wasn't it too late already? It had been too late ever since he turned 4. Silent disagreements leave the room solemn. He was running out of time to find his new dream. Their high school plans were due in just a few days, but Izuku didn't know what he was supposed to write. He'd always wanted to go to UA because it was the best heroic school in Japan. But now he knew that he couldn't be a hero. It put everything into question. Maybe he should go to a different high school since he didn't need to go to a school with a hero course anymore. But he still thought it would be cool to go to UA. It was where All Might had gone. He could just go into General Studiser. Maybe one of the other courses would be better. Our school's other courses are just as competitive as the hero course. Nedzu states, no matter which he chooses, it will take him far. Signing up for other schools is only logical. Aizawa affirms. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, wincing as his fingers caught in the tangles, and sighed. He needed to do a little more research before he made a decision. He sat down at his computer as soon as he got home and pulled up US website, navigating to the application page. He'd never actually read through the information about all the different courses since he'd been too fixated on the hero course. But better late than never, right? Thankfully, there was a page on US website explaining each of the different courses and how to apply. Izuku started off by reading about general studies, obviously, since that was most likely where he'd end up. It seemed pretty standard, honestly. They would teach him the basic subjects. But Izuku didn't know how to feel about the fact that it didn't have any particular focus. General studies would look good on his resume, but that seemed to be all it would do for him. He didn't want to get bored. Mood slips from many people. Izuku bit his lip and CL-CCAD on the business course. There seemed to be a lot of money management involved in that one, which didn't really appeal to him. The heroic analytics classes sounded slightly better, but they mostly approached things from a marketing standpoint, rather than focusing on quirks like Izuku did. He decided to put a pin in that one. If he didn't find anything better, business might be a decent option, but it wasn't going to be his first choice. He almost just closed his browser instead of reading the page on the support course. He wasn't an engineer. He didn't have any experience in mechanics or fixing things, and while he found the way support items interacted with quirks interesting, he wasn't really interested in making them. But he'd looked through all the other courses, so he may as well glance at support, if only to complete the set. Can you imagine? Powerloader asks me getting your problem child. He did use air quotes. Oh, you poor fool. Aizawa grins, you just jinxed it. To which Powerloader swallows nervously. At first, the support course looked exactly like what Izuku expected. There were pictures of students standing with their inventions and groups of kids with grease-covered cheeks smiling at the camera, a wide variety of power tools, and other things he couldn't name in the background. Try as he might, Izuku just couldn't see himself there. But then he noticed the different tracks. The business course obviously had different areas of emphasis, like marketing or economics. But Izuku had just assumed that support was like heroics or general studies, where all the students were grouped together and had similar goals. But about halfway down the support course information page, there was an explanation of different tracks within the support course. The first was invention, which the website said was obviously the most popular option. It focused on being able to create and maintain support items, specifically for heroes. Izuku had just kinda assumed that was what the entire support course did. What else could there be? Support items for civilians. But UA was a hero school. He scrolled past the invention track down to the next option. Design. It focused entirely on the aesthetics of hero costumes, something that Izuku hadn't even thought about as being part of support. It was a decently popular emphasis, and the students worked frequently with the business school to make sure they were designing looks that could sell, and with the invention track to make sure any support items visually matched the rest of the hero's costume. Izuku didn't think he was really artistic enough to enjoy that, though. That brought him to the final track, which almost seemed like it had been added to the list as an afterthought. Intelligence and analytics. Unlike the other two tracks, there weren't any pictures advertising that emphasis, and it didn't seem like it was chosen very often. But as he read the short paragraph, Izuku gradually became so excited he could hardly breathe. "Oh, my," Nedzu exclaimed. "Oh, no," Powerloader whispered. Students in the Intelligence and Analytics track of UAS support course focus on quirk analysis and helping heroes improve their quirk control and skill. Students are trained in how to obtain useful information to help heroes and detectives track down and defeat villains, as well as how to use quirk analysis to pinpoint villains' weaknesses. Interested students also have the option of taking courses in strategy if desired. "That seems perfect for you, Deku," Uraraka says very excitedly. Izuku couldn't help but think of the heroes that stood on the sidelines and waited for All Might while Kakin was being attacked by the sludge villain. If he joined the support course, he could share his strategies with them. He could help the heroes strategize better and use their quirks more intelligently to take down villains and protect people. It was too dangerous for a quirkless kid like him to be on the front lines. But that didn't mean he couldn't work behind the scenes to make sure the heroes had all the tools and information they needed so that they knew what to do. He could help the heroes work smarter. "He's gonna do it." Mike whisper shouts, "He's actually gonna do it." It was perfect. Izuku glanced over at his collection of hero analysis for the future. All these years, he'd assumed that the future he was preparing for was his career as a hero. But maybe this whole time, he'd really been preparing for a career in hero support. His cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, and he was vaguely aware of the fact that he was mumbling as his brain spun with plans and possibilities. He would have to work strong for the next 10 months if he had any chance of passing the entrance exam. But rather than being intimidated by the challenge, Izuku just felt invigorated. He grabbed a brand new notebook from his desk and wrote support course preparation on the cover. Izuku Midoriya had found a new dream. And this time, it was attainable. As the screen fades, everyone becomes aware of the panic overtaking the teachers. "God, please no. Lord, why have you forsaken me? Not another one. Two of them. There's gonna be two of them. Sensei." Midoriya calls, "What's wrong?" "I'd love to tell you." Nedzu's smile sharpens, "but I believe Headcase asked for no spoilers." Grumbling as they turned back to the screen, everyone was just a little more nervous. "Now playing Deku? I think he's some pro meeting the pro's mom. I'm going to meet up with some friends tonight. I don't know when I'll be home, but it'll probably be pretty late. So don't bother waiting up for me." Izuku yelled as he finished packing his laptop and tried to get his bright red shoes on the correct feet. "Isn't this the world where he's sending us analysis?" Mr. Brave asks. "Oh yeah," Miss Joke wonders what's gonna happen when they find out he's a kid. "Okay, baby." His mom smiled with tears in her eyes. "I'm so glad you have friends. You've seemed so much happier lately. Tell them I said hi and invite them to dinner sometime. I want to meet these friends you're always talking about." Izuku hummed noncommittally as his mom pulled him in for one last embrace on the cheek before he ran out the door. "We should plan weekend trips to meet each other's families," Uraraka suggests. "My siblings would like that, Hiro. We'd have to wait for Endeavor to be on a mission. I'll call my brother to see when he's home as well. I bet my mom is going to go overboard for you guys." Izuku beams. It had been almost 7 months since Izuku had wormed his way into the underground hero community. But tonight would be the first time he would be meeting any of his friends in person. There was a massive drag ring they had been following for a while, and a lot of heroes were coming together to take them down. They had even invited Izuku, Deku, to tag along, and maybe even be on site to help strategize when their plans inevitably went off the rails. He'd warned them that he wasn't really ready for combat, but there were enough other pros that they didn't think it'd be a problem. The raid itself wouldn't be happening for another few months anyway, but everyone involved was meeting tonight in a secure location, so they could make sure they all work well together and start planning. "Waiting is always the worst part of planning a raid," Aizawa gripes. The meeting wasn't in an area Izuku was highly familiar with, but since he'd gotten involved with the underground, he'd spent a lot of time studying maps to create better location analyses and plans for the heroes he helped. So when he exited the train, He confidently followed the mental map he'd memorized before he left. The rundown apartment complex didn't look like much, but it was typical of the areas his friends worked in. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, found the correct apartment, and took a deep breath. Then he knocked. "I know the types of places you undergrounds have your meetings. Mike begins, you lot better get the little listener home safe. If other me doesn't, Mr. Gill. Brave adds, I'll find a way to get to him." "No, you won't." Headcase pops in. "Jesus Christ. What the FCK? When did you get here?" Headcase cackled. "We're just waiting for Deku, right?" Miss Joke asked, lounging back in her chair and putting her feet up on the scuffed table. 14 other underground pro heroes plus Detective Tsukachi have all gathered around in the dingy apartment, idly snacking on refreshments as they waited for the meeting to officially begin. "Your first appearance," All Might says to Tsukachi. "Let's hope it isn't a disaster." "He should be here soon," Eraserhead replied flatly. There was a knock on the door, and there he is now. Sir Nightai rose and called through the door, "How are things in Tokyo?" The group had chosen a question-answer password system to ensure that no uninvited guests crashed the party. "You think we could use these to get some info?" Toga whispers. "I doubt they'll use them since. I don't know. They know we've seen them." Shigaraki snaps. "Oh, right." Everyone inside waited with bated breath, prepared to attack or evade should the answer be incorrect. The weather was terrible, but the food was great. The heroes exchanged shocked glances. The password was correct, but the voice was that of a teenager, not an old man like they had been expecting. They waited 1 second longer. Then Nightai asked, "Who is this?" They look so confused. Kaminari chuckles, "Wouldn't you?" Zero asks. "Well, yeah," Kaminari replies, "but I'm me. True, Deku?" It was stated as if it were a question, and the person on the other side of the door was apparently young enough that his voice was still cracking. Nightai looked to the others for confirmation and Shota shrugged, gesturing to open the door. "May as well see where this leads." "Of course, my voice would crack at that exact moment." Izuku whines. The Deku squad can only pat his back in comfort. The kid, because it was undeniably a kid, on the other side of the door was not what Shota was expecting. He was short and scrawny, with just hints of muscles starting to show on his arms, and his dark green hair looked as if he'd lost a battle trying to comb it. To complete the look of an innocent teenager, he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt with, Eraserhead squinted to read the writing. Yep, that said pants. Deku was wearing a t-shirt that said pants on it. The audience bursts into laughter, some suppressed chuckles, others loud and boisterous. Shouts of "Does he really dress like that?" and "I can give you some pointers" ring out as Izuku's face burns. It seemed that the rest of the heroes were just as shocked as Shota was because the whole ensemble sat there silently staring at the kid until he started to awkwardly shuffle his weight between his feet. Finally, Mr. Brave broke the silence. "You're Deku." The kid flinched and Shota sighed. Mr. Brave was more brasher than most heroes, but he did get the point across. "You're so confused." Miss Joke laughs. "So are you." Mr. Brave counters. "I know, and it's amazing." "Yes." Again with answering, as if it were a question. Every head turned to Detective Tsukachi, who just nodded, confirming that the kid was telling the truth. But he looked just as shocked as everyone else. Everyone turned back to look at the kid, who apparently really was Deku, who was still standing awkwardly in front of the open door. "I guess, Miss Joke started slowly. We were expecting someone older?" "No sit. You don't say. Who'da thunk it?" The kid just shrugged. "Well, Shota thought. That's that." He sighed. "Come in and let's get started. It's illogical for you to just stand there all night." "And close the door behind you." The kid nodded frantically and practically tripped over himself in his hurry to close the door and sit down. Just who was this kid? "A problem child," Aizawa answered. Midnight and Mike snort in response. "Well," Detective Tsukachi started, "now that we're all here, I guess we can get started on the mission." "Wait," Miss Joke leaned forward in her seat. "Most of us haven't worked together before, so wouldn't it be a good idea to get to know each other a little more before we get down to business? Wouldn't it be good to get to know Deku? Our curiosity will distract us otherwise," was implied. "She has a point," Ashido says. Actually, Deku spoke softly. Most of you have worked together before, but only in groups of 2 or 3. And no one here has worked with everyone else here with the exception of me and maybe the detective. But I don't know if I count since I do most of my work virtually. The kid seemed to realize that he was starting to mumble and shut his mouth in a tight line, as if he were expecting to be scolded for it. That's a concerning reaction, Midnight says. Does the little listener stop himself like that in our world? Mike asks. It's usually Bakugo snapping at him that stops him. Aizawa remembers. When we return, please keep an eye out for such behavior, Nezu requests. The teachers are quick to agree. Yeah, Mr. Brave bit the bullet. Despite the fact that we've all worked with you, Deku, we don't really know you. Seems kind of unfair when you know enough about each of us that you could probably kill us in our sleep if you wanted to. Tact, Brave, Aizawa warns, use it. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Joke asks. Because that's totally something I would just blurt without thinking. Deku's eyes widened and his arms started flailing. I would never do that. And I really don't think I could anyway. My analysis isn't really all that special. Anyone could do what I do. Hardly. Gran huffs. Shota didn't agree with that, but he decided to let it lie. I think Brave makes a good point. What hero school do you go to? Because obviously, this kid is training to be a hero, considering he already helps them on a regular basis. Hopefully, Nezu would at least be polite when trying to steal him from wherever he was attending. When have I ever been impolite? Nezu wonders aloud. No one dares to answer. I'm still in middle school, actually. I go to Aldera Junior High. I don't know where I'll be going to high school yet, but I think I'm going to apply for it's General Education Department. Well, at least Nezu wasn't going to burn any bridges. But why not the hero course? From the way the kid hunched his shoulders, Shota could tell he was trying to appear smaller than he was, which was already pretty darn small. Interesting. Yes, Shota, Midnight teases, so interesting. Despite how much I'd like to, Roman 2 can't be a hero. He took a deep breath, as if stealing his courage. I'm quirkless, that don't mean sit. Uraraka shouts. Uraraka, calm down. No, Deku. Even if you didn't have a quirk, you would kick butt. She's right, Kiro. You always do well in quirkless sparring. Todoroki insists. Not to mention your clearly effective analysis. Ida adds. The words seemed to echo in the small room despite the fact that Deku hardly whispered them. How? He had to have an analysis quirk, or at least one that altered his intelligence. He couldn't be quirkless, could he? Though it would make some of his behavior make a lot more sense. We brought some footage of known drag ring members for you to analyze. Deku. Apparently Tsukachi didn't know how to deal with the metaphorical bomb Deku just dropped either. If you're ready. At least someone's doing something other than gaping at the kid. Dabai snarks. The kid reached into the yellow backpack he'd brought with him and pulled out a standard notebook and a few pens before nodding. The detective turned on the small TV. That had been set up at one end of the room, and it started to play footage that a security camera had caught of the drag ring they were tracking. Almost instantly Deku started muttering, while his pen started flying across the page. Obvious mutant-type quirk. Most likely some kind of fish. No, aquatic mammal. No scales. Most likely can't breathe underwater. Then, but probably still weak to fire quirks or dry environments. Kind of like Gang Orca. Then some kind of darkness manipulation quirk. Does it allow him to make solid objects or just shadows? Could it be used to make someone effectively blind? How bright does light have to be to cancel out the ability? Most effective to corner in an enclosed space with bright light, or with other allies to make him hesitant to completely black out the area. Wow, now that I can understand one of his mutter storms, it's really impressive. Midnight remarks. I wish I'd paid closer attention. All Might began, who knows how much farther he'd be by now. All we can do now is give him the support he clearly deserves. Mike comforts. Deku kept analyzing, while the heroes stared at him wide-eyed. Yeah, they'd all read Deku's analyses, but it was another thing entirely to see it in person. The video ended after about 5 minutes, and the next one started playing automatically. Deku hardly paused in his mutter storm, just continuing his notes where he left off. Once you get started, it's strong to look away. Uraraka comments. Watching myself do this is kinda trippy. Izuku admits. Understandable. Todoroki deadpans. Shota pulled his eyes away from Deku when he saw movement in the corner of his eye. Miss Joke was gesturing to him frantically, widening her eyes and lifting up strands of her long hair before pointing at Deku. Shota looked at her in confusion, and she rolled her eyes. Use your quirk, she mouthed. Ah. If he had some kind of analysis quirk he didn't know about or was hiding for some reason, it might make sense. It wasn't that Shota didn't believe the kid was quirkless. Sakachi didn't call him out on it at least, but it couldn't hurt to have some additional confirmation. Making sure that Deku was still focused on the video and not looking at him, Shota activated his quirk. The rest of the heroes had already noticed the side conversation and were looking at the kid, waiting for any reaction to having his quirk cancel. I wonder what that would feel like without a quirk, Kaminari remarks. Ashido bounces up. Maybe we could track down a quirkless person to test it. Or, just hear me out. Bakugo begins sarcastically. You could shut up and pay attention since, I don't know, they are literally about to do that. Oh, they say sheepishly right. Deku didn't even seem to notice Shota's eyes on him, much less a sudden absence of his quirk. His mutter storm continued at the same pace as before, and his pen didn't slow down. The kid didn't even stutter. It surprised Shota enough that he blinked, and his hair fell in front of his face. The heroes traded glances, and Shota could have sworn he saw Miss Joke's mouth wow. He agreed full-heartedly with the sentiment. See? Okay, we get it. Ashido replies. No need to rub it in. Kaminari whines. The police had only managed to scrounge up about a half hour of footage from the cartel, but that was enough to fill almost half of Deku's notebook. He put down his pencil and started massaging the stiffness out of his hand. Mood. Izuku deadpans, making Uraraka snort. Okay, I think I have a good idea of what we're up against. This is a lot more footage than I usually have to work with, so that's nice. I'd never thought about that, Mr. Brave said. I guess we all guessed you were older, so we weren't worried about how dangerous it must be for you to go out and supplement the videos we send. I am so sorry. Deku looked confused. What do you mean supplement? Sir Nightai spoke this time, hitting the streets, finding the villains in the videos, and making your own observations. If I'd known Deku was a kid, I'd never have let you do that. I wouldn't do that. Midoriya panicked. Deku looked panicked and flailed his arms again. I never do that. My mom would kill me and then ground me until I was 80. The videos you send me are usually more than enough, and sometimes I can manage to find some news footage, but I wouldn't dream of following these guys myself, I promise. Thank God for that. Aizawa seems relieved. You mean all the analyses you've sent us are based only on the videos we've sent you? Shota said incredulously. He remembered a few times he had only been able to find a minute or so of footage, but Deku had still provided a high-quality analysis. From the faces around the table, he wasn't the only one. The Shirakawa murders. Miss Joke sounded numb. I only sent you 15 seconds of video. Deku gave a shaky smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that one was kind of difficult. I couldn't really find anything else in the news or online either. But the mission worked out okay and you caught the guy, so it wasn't that bad. Miss Joke looked slightly nauseous. Perhaps we should add lessons on analysis to the curriculum. Nedzu pounders. Somehow, the meeting progressed without any more major surprises from Deku, and they set up some tentative plans. But mostly things would depend on what happened with the cartel in the next few months. It wasn't until the meeting was wrapping up that Shota realized that this meeting wasn't in a safe part of town, which wasn't a problem for the pro heroes and professional detective in attendance, but was a problem for the fortune Deku. Okay, good, someone brought that up. Mirko comments. Kid, do you have someone coming to pick you up? Deku shook his head. We don't have a car. I just took the train here. You don't have to worry about me. Somehow that just made Shota more worried. Why am I not surprised? Aizawa gripes. Sakachi seemed to agree with him. I'll take him home. You don't have to do that, detective. I'm fine, really. This isn't for you, Deku. I, as a cop, don't feel comfortable letting a 12-year-old walk home alone at 2 in the morning. I'm 14. Not helping your case, problem child. Aizawa says in unison with his counterpart, causing suppressed laughter from the other teachers. Not helping your case, problem child. Shota hid his smile behind his capture weapon when Deku had the audacity to look betrayed. He couldn't help himself. This kid had potential. And we all know how Sho feels about potential. Mike teases. Sakachi was already grabbing his keys and heading for the door. If I'm taking you home, I'll probably need a real name. I already told you that you don't need to do that, the kid muttered. But he gave a blinding smile anyway. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Too bright. I'm blind. It's like looking at the sun. My eyes are melting. Guys? Midoriya whines with a huge grin. As soon as the door was closed, all semblance of professionalism disappeared and Miss Joke squealed. He's so adorable. Did you know he was so adorable, Eraser? Why didn't anyone warn me? Maybe because that adorable kid is a good enough analyst to take down a serial killer with only 15 seconds of video. Night-eye deadpan. Miss Joke at least had the good grace to look embarrassed. Seriously, Joke? Aizawa asks, do you ever take the time to think? Ouch, Eraser. Joke begins, if I didn't know any better I'd say you didn't like me. Aizawa growls in annoyance as she starts laughing. What does it say about us that we legit thought that a 14-year-old was a retired pro for 7 months? Mr. Brave laughed, causing a chain reaction as each of the pros in the room started to chuckle. Eraser raised one eyebrow. I think that says more about him than it does about us. But he still couldn't stop his smile. Ashido starts. Mr. Aizawa does have a heart. I heard that, Ashido. Aizawa replies. It's a good thing. Ashido defends. And for the record, we actually like having you as our teacher. Agreements ring out from most of 1A, causing the gruff teacher to hide his blush in his capture weapon. I don't care. He replies. No one really believes him. One of the heroes sobered as he realized something. The fact still stands that Deku is a quirkless teenager, and any plans that required him to be on site just went out the window. The room went silent for a few moments as the heroes considered that. Unless he's on an internship. Mike suggests. Not necessarily, Night-Eye spoke up. Teenagers can still be on site if it's part of an internship. Called it. I called dibs. Miss Joke yelled. Mr. Brave scowled. You can't just call dibs, Joke. He's not even part of a hero course yet. But he will be, Shota said. I have a strong time believing Nenzu would ever pass up a chance to teach someone like Deku, even if he had to get in through the sports festival. Though that wouldn't stop Shota from putting his name in for the recommendation exam. That kid needed every advantage he could get. Most of the applications Izuku filled out were submitted online, but he found a few that wanted him to drop them off in person. So that's what he dedicated his Saturday to doing. Very responsible behavior, in one so young, is quite rare. Nedzu comments. Shame, this is the world where he basically killed someone. Mike reminds. Hey, Midnight cuts and remember, he's trying to find a job, so he won't need to do it again. A small comfort. Mr. Lady complains. I know, Midnight ensures, but it's a better one than 100. Mount Lady sighs, yeah, you're right. Doesn't mean we have to like it. Kamui grumbles. He was feeling pretty confident in himself. He'd filled out almost 24 applications, and the economy wasn't bad due to All Might's presence. So there was no way that he wouldn't be getting a job. Oh, he's in for a rude awakening. Dabai says knowingly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Wait, did you actually try to get a legal job? Shigaraki asks in disbelief. Believe it or not, I didn't just snap and suddenly start burning everyone who crossed me. Dabai replied. Shigaraki scoffed. He hadn't even been all that tempted to log into his villain account since he decided to find other employment. He smiled as he walked in the door of the McDonald's he was applying for and was promptly knocked down. What are you doing here, you useless Deku? Hey, Deku. Yes, you're Araka. Do you know that guy? Vaguely. Was he like this in our world? Pretty much, yeah. Cool. Uraraka begins. What's his name? I don't remember. Why? No reason. She turns back to the screen, ignoring his confused concern. Izuku looked up to see one of Bakugo's followers, the one who could stretch out his fingers. What was his name? Bakugo always just called him Fingers. He caught sight of the crinkled application in Izuku's hand and laughed. Oh, you're applying here too. Why would they hire a quirkless idiot like you when they could have someone normal like me who actually has a quirk? Maybe because you're a F-seeking idiot. Bakugo snipes. Maybe because I have better grades and a better work ethic. Not to mention a better record. Oh, snap. Get him. Go off. Since when was he sassy? I happen to know for a fact you've got a few marks on yours from getting into fights with kids from other schools. Izuku didn't say that out loud. Instead, well, there's no harm in trying. Fingers just smirked. We'll see. May the best man win. He brushed past Izuku, letting his knee hit Izuku's head on his way out. Izuku scowled as he watched him leave, then took a deep breath and got up, brushing himself off. He unwrinkled his application as much as possible by rubbing it flat on the edge of one of the tables before heading toward the office to turn it in. Oi, nerd. Yeah, Kaken. If you think this sit, why don't you F-seeking say it? Because I have a functioning brain-tumeth filter. The FCKS that's supposed to mean? Nothing, Kaken. I'm just stating objective facts. He replies with fake innocence, as those in the theater desperately hold back their laughs. I don't understand why you're upset. Bakugo screams unintelligently as Kirishima pulls him back to his seat, and the others calm themselves. Izuku hung up the phone in despair, wishing he had one of those phones he had seen in pre-Quirk-era movies, just so he could violently slam it down in the receiver. It had been 2 weeks since he'd started looking for a job, and so far, he'd only had one interview. Almost everywhere else had either never called him back, or simply let him know that they didn't feel he was the right fit for our company. The one interview he'd gotten was with one of the only companies that didn't ask about his quirk on the application. The interview had been going really well, and the people in charge had seemed to like him. At least until they finally asked what his quirk was. Why does that matter anyway? Uraraka asked everyone, standing and turning to make sure everybody knew she wanted to have this conversation now. Seriously, why? It doesn't. Aizawa answers. Then why? Todoroki adds, why is he being treated like this? For the same reason mutant quirks are called monstrous. Midnight begins. For the same reason quirks that relate to anything that could be considered creepy or gross are called villainous. Mike adds. And why before quirks even came to be? One skin tone could mean the difference between life and death. Nedzu finishes. Being different is being wrong in the eyes of the world. But have hope. Not because you can change the future, but because you are the future. The students look into themselves as they digest this harsh lesson and slowly return their attention to the screen. The interview hadn't lasted long after that. He didn't even know why it still hurt so much that he didn't get the job. It wasn't like he hadn't been expecting it. He sighed and crossed them off the list with a red pen. There were still a few companies he hadn't heard back from. Sashay. Maybe it was time to hit the pavement and follow up. Show initiative. Get it. Green bean. Ashido shouts at the screen. Green bean? Midoriya asked. It's what Midnight calls you. Do all the teachers have a nickname for me? Probably. Wonderful. He whines. Or maybe it's time to give up. At least the villains let your skills speak for themselves. Do it. Do it, do it, echoes from the villains. Izuku calmed his breathing and let his panic fuel his determination. If there was anything he was good at, it was not giving up. He scanned his list, skimming past all the lines crossed off in red, until his eyes picked up one company. McDonald's. He'd had to drop off the application in person, so it made sense to follow up in person. He hurriedly grabbed his keys and put on his shoes, looking in the mirror on the way out the door to make sure he looked presentable. Please, let him get a job. Uraraka begged the screen. I'm heading out, Mom. He yelled back into the house. Okay, honey, she yelled back. Be home for dinner. Be safe. Don't go chasing too many hero fights. He chuckled and locked the door behind him. Revelry in the dark. Izuku stood shocked still, mind turning as it tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Fingers stood behind the register in full uniform, the bright yellow M on his hat standing out mockingly against the black. He didn't have a trainer shadowing him, so it wasn't even his first day. He caught sight of Izuku standing by the door and smirked before turning back to the customer at the register. Talk about a F seeking a hole. Jiru snarked. Izuku didn't bother going back to the office to ask about his application. If they'd hired fingers who applied the same day, it was obvious they'd already made their decision. He walked out the door in a trance. Stupid discrimination. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Why wouldn't they even give him a chance? Because that's the way the world works, Shigaraki rasped. Yeah, it's Sit, twice agrees. Sure is a nice place. He arrived at the internet cafe before he even realized where he was going. He hesitated for a moment. Yeah, discrimination sucked. But was he really ready to walk head-on into villainy? He wouldn't be able to justify it this time by saying he didn't know how the person would use the info he gave them. Was he really ready for this? He remembered the smirk that Fingers shot him when he dropped by McDonald's. He remembered Bakugo burning him and calling him useless while the teachers watched and did nothing. He remembered being told to kill himself. Years of abuse, leading to being passed over for work. Work given to someone far less qualified. Nedzu remarks to say this was the straw that broke the camel's back is frighteningly appropriate. Izuku pulled up his hood so security cameras wouldn't catch his face before walking into the cafe with his head held high and paying for an hour. He signed into his villain account and went straight to his inbox. He hadn't received any new messages in the weeks since he'd signed into that account, but the 3 from before were still unread. He read over them quickly: a minor hero, a sidekick, and, oddly enough, a bank robbery for Izuku to plan. This would be interesting. All right, Dabai cheers. Welcome to the club. Twice shouts. We don't want you here. When does other me get to meet him? Toga whines. Be quiet, and maybe we'll find out. Shigaraki snaps. Prohera stretch found dead near favorite cafe. Sidekick at Edshot agency killed in villain fight. Suspect still at large. Tokyo Gold Bank down 10 billion yen after bank robbery. Teachers bros, thank goodness. All Might breathes, at least it didn't show the plans and endanger more heroes. Right you are. Nedzu replies, as much as I like counter-strategizing, having safe heroes is far more important. Villains, oh, come on, show us the plans. Shigaraki shouts at the screen. Izuku tried to bury his guilt as he read the headlines. After all, the world had put him through hell his whole life. It was about time he returned the favor. The screen fades as the students reflect on their earlier lessons. Some are stuck in what they themselves had to go through. Others try desperately to come up with ways to help. Suddenly, Ashido stands up and runs to the bookshelf, taking a notepad and some pens back to her seat with her. Okay, listen up. She shouts for everyone's attention. Here's the plan. If you have any ideas on how to help with the whole, she waves a hand in the air. Discrimination situation at any time while we're here, just tell me and I'll write it down. Mandatory psych evaluation for hero hopefuls. Bakugo starts shocking everyone, and investigations into the schools those with toxic mentalities came from. I agree. Midoriya speaks up. I doubt either of us would be, as he tries to find a nice way to say it. Difficult as we are, if not for Aldera. Exactly how bad is your old school problem child? Aizawa asks. I don't know the exact percentage, but most end up in prison. Izuku answers with a shrug. The room is silent for a moment as everyone processes that. When it looks like the teachers are going to ask more questions, their host interrupts. I understand you want more information, but this isn't the time nor the place. Please turn your attention back toward the screen. With a few deep breaths, everyone turns back to the screen. Now playing Vidiian. The green guide burning Izuku's everything hurt. How far had he ended up running last night? It couldn't have been more than a few miles, right? He'd come across 2 more muggings after that first one, so had to run to pick up a hero. Then had to run back to the Crimake. So maybe he'd run quite a bit. But still, he shouldn't be this sore, should he? Yes, actually, Izuku comments, that's normal. I swear I thought I was going to die after my first workout. Uraraka adds. It doesn't help that he can't very well pace himself in a life or death situation. Ida informs. Izuku, you're going to be late for school. Izuku groaned and forced himself out of bed. He must be even more out of shape than he'd thought. He'd definitely have to change that if he wanted to keep outrunning heroes. Izuku smiled as he got dressed. He'd saved people last night. He's always happiest when he's helping others. All Might says fondly. After giving his mom a quick embrace on the cheek, Izuku was out the door and on his way to school. He had to walk carefully to avoid limping, but he'd had more than enough practice with hiding injuries that hiding sore muscles wasn't nearly as difficult as he'd been afraid it would be. Hopefully Kaken wouldn't want to use Izuku as quirk practice before class. With how sore he was, he might not be able to run away fast enough. He shouldn't have to run away at all. Ashido pouts. Hey, Bakubra, Kirishima whispers. Did you ever? Bakugo interrupts. I wasn't as bad as these. He pauses, trying to find the words, and Kirishima waits. I used to be, a bully. He takes a breath as Kirishima sucks in his own. I'm trying, and we are getting better. Kirishima studies his friend and comes to a decision. You ever need any help, even if it's just someone to beach to, come to me and I'll help. Bakugo looks at him in shock, and he adds, I've seen you getting better, and I don't want that to end. Bakugo tries to hide his smile, but Kirishima sees it. Whatever, Kirishima. The use of his real name causes Kiri to grin brightly. Izuku frowned. Would he be able to go out tonight? He needed to be pretty fast to outrun heroes, so if he was too sore, he might get caught. But it had been so satisfying. Izuku didn't know if it was the rush he liked, or if it was as simple as saving people. But either way, he didn't want to wait to get back out there. Stretching helped with soreness, didn't it? He'd have to start stretching every night before he left, so he didn't hurt himself. Maybe he should look up warm-ups too. When in doubt, do research. Kaminari calls out, maybe take your own advice sometime. Jiru jabs. Hey, Izuku was so distracted planning his new nightly routine that he didn't see one of Kaken's lackeys stick out his foot to trip him until he was already falling. He hit the ground strong, and the contents of his backpack scattered all over the hall. The other students simply pretended not to see as they trampled his notes, and Izuku felt his eyes start to water. Look guys, Deku's clumsy and a crybaby. Okay, FCK those kids, and FCK that school, Dabai shouts. Seriously not cute. Toga pouted. Says the chick who covers her boyfriends in their own BLD. Shigaraki snarks. That's different. Complete different. Totally the same. Izuku tried to blink back the tears as he scrambled over the floor, trying to pick up his papers before they were ripped beyond repair. There was a pair of teachers chatting a little further down the hall, but they didn't so much as glance at Izuku, even when he cried out as one of the meaner students stepped on his fingers. Whoever wishes to join me in my investigation into Aldera is welcome to. Nedzu says sharply. Oh sorry, Deku. I didn't see you there. The kid's smile gave away his insincerity. Not that Izuku had been expecting an actual apology anyway. He finished shoving everything back into his bag and stood to get to class, trying to avoid everyone's eyes as he wiped away the tears. He's such a useless weakling. Why does he even exist? No one needs to justify existing you. Yuroroka barks. Todoroki clenches his fists and Ida grinds his teeth. Izuku kept his head down and did his best to ignore the whispers as he walked into the classroom and made his way to his seat. Kaken was still refusing to look at him, which Izuku understood. Kaken hadn't asked for Izuku to run in to save him, so he must still be mad about that. Izuku should probably apologize, shouldn't he? But knowing Kaken, that might make the whole thing worse. He should just leave it alone for now, right? If things got worse, he would apologize. But until then, maybe Kaken would just forget about it, or chalk the whole thing up to Deku being an idiot. Hey Bakugo? Kaminari started. What? Any guess why the other you is being so quiet? How would I know? Chill dude, just asking. Though, it was strange that Kaken hadn't said a single word to him since he'd stopped him on the street after the sludge villain attack. Normally, if their other classmates tried to do something, Kaken would come along and do it better to prove that he was still the best. So since everyone had decided to be crueler to Izuku, well, he just thought it would make a lot of sense for Kaken to use this situation to assert his DMNCE. So why wasn't he? It is kinda strange he's so quiet. Izuku says. Let's just hope it stays that way. Sue remarks. Izuku quickly silenced what he was mentally calling his vigilante alarm and rolled out of bed. His soreness had gradually decreased throughout the day, but it hadn't completely gone away, so he'd probably have to pace himself tonight. Still in his pajamas, Izuku leaned over to touch his toes and grimaced as his legs protested against the stretch. He then moved one foot back so he could stretch his calf better. He'd spent an hour that afternoon just looking up different types of stretches, specifically stretches that were good for people who did a lot of running. He'd never actually realized how important flexibility was to physical activity. If anybody needs some pointers on stretches, just ask. HeadcaseKiller pipes up. He spent the next half hour just running through the stretches he'd researched until he was at least marginally less sore and stiff. Then got dressed in his Vigilante outfit, just like he had the night before. This time, however, he grabbed a small green notebook that he'd bought on the way home and stuffed it, and a few pens in his back pocket before heading out. He'd have to figure out how to notate the moves that the heroes used if he wanted to study them later, since there wouldn't be time to do his usual detailed drawings in the middle of a fight. Would stick figures be enough? You do drawings with your analysis. Todoroki turns to Midoriya. Yeah, but it's really bad. Izuku answers. That's what you said for actual analysis, Kiro. Tsu points out. Well, yeah, Izuku huffs and accepts defeat. As he walked, Izuku thought through the patrol schedules he'd memorized. It was a Thursday night, so who would be out? Well, Rock Lock often worked later during the week, so he could take the weekends off, probably to be with his family, if what he said in interviews was any indication. Then there was Enigma, but her gigantification quirk might allow her to catch him too quickly, so he should probably try to avoid using her if possible. He might be able to catch Death Arms if the hero decided to stay out later for whatever reason. Mount Lady probably wouldn't be patrolling at night if her media-mongering debut was any indication, so she wouldn't be any help. Who else? Dead in one world and apparently useless in another. Mount Lady whined, "Can I just go home?" No can do, Han. Headcase informs you want to be here for certain things, I promise you. It was surprising, now that he thought about it, just how few heroes patrolled at night. If he was out walking at 2 in the afternoon rather than 2 in the morning, he'd be able to have his pick of at least 5 or 6 heroes on any given day. But well, he couldn't get mad at heroes for getting tired. But from what Izuku had seen the night before, there wasn't less crime at night. If anything, there might even be more crime at night, since there weren't as many people out to be witnesses, and there weren't as many heroes patrolling the streets. If Izuku were a villain, he'd probably be completely nocturnal for those reasons alone, which we can probably expect from that Mastermind world. Tsukachi comments. Izuku sighed. Hopefully Amplifier wouldn't get too annoyed with him if he had to use her again. Hell no, Swethart, Amplifier exclaims, I'm happy to help. Must you be so loud? Aizawa grumbles. Sorry. She says, still grinning. He'd already used her twice last night, and she probably had better things that she usually did during her patrols, so he'd have to try to spread it out as much as possible, at least until he got strong enough to start fighting criminals himself. We would prefer you didn't fight criminals at all. Aizawa huffs at the screen. But Izuku had decided that the running had 2 purposes. The first was obviously to get heroes to stop crimes in progress. But the second was to build muscle and stamina, so he stood a chance when, and if he ever felt confident enough to fight. Unless you stumble on a crime that needs immediate attention, Ida insists. If that were to happen, you'd run in with barely a second thought. He's not wrong. Todoroki adds. Well, hopefully he doesn't get hurt. Uraraka comments. Not that anyone would care if anything happened to you anyway. The students of one and erupt in assurances that they do indeed care if he gets hurt. That is, until Shigaraki gets impatient and shouts he can't hear you, just sit down and shut up. Knowing the villain was right, but hating giving him the satisfaction, the students stare him down as they, as slowly as possible, sit down and turn to the screen. Izuku shook his head. He didn't want to die before he had the chance to save anyone. Besides, he knew that getting a bully to change his targets was temporary at best. If he died too quickly at the start of a fight before the real victim had a chance to get away, then he really wouldn't have done any good. Not to mention that if he died too quickly, it might just make the villain more angry and end up making things worse for the person he'd been trying to help. Not that anyone would really be surprised if that happened. He was a useless Deku after all. It's an unfortunate lesson to learn. Nedzu comments. Especially how he learned it. Midnight reminds. Izuku caught movement in the corner of his eye and looked through the window of the 24-hour convenience store. He sometimes bought snacks to see someone threatening the cashier with an electricity quirk. Who was the closest hero to here? Rock Lock. Oh, he's going to get me. Rock Lock comments. Just think of it as practice for your little one's teenage years. Midnight teases. Izuku ignored the burning in his legs as he took off running as fast as he could. He just never stops, does he? Zero wonders aloud. So manly. So, how's the wife? Amplifier asked. Getting ready to pop? Rocklock shook his head. She's not due for another few months. She's already complaining about how big she is, though. I just tell her that means there's more of her to love. Oh, smooth, Romeo, smooth. DMN right, I'm smooth. Rocklock says, as the others snicker. Usually Rocklock didn't stop to talk to other heroes. But it was a slow night and Amplifier had been chasing down a drunk that had been in women where she usually patrolled. He'd helped take him down by immobilizing his clothes, and she'd stuck around after the police had picked him up. Who knows, maybe he'd run into a situation where he could use the extra help. Remember, students, Nedzu informs whichever path you take in heroics cooperation is essential. Well, there is a reason she fell in love. Something hit him on his calf, and he looked down to see a rock. He whipped around to see who threw it and caught sight of what looked to be a kid in a green hoodie and goggles smile at him before running away. He's kinda a little sit, ain't he? Dabai comments. Just enjoy watching heroes get hot by rocks while you can. Shigaraki grumbles. Let's go. Amplifier started following the kid, but Rocklock held her back. Why? He's just some hooligan. It's not gonna do any good to run him down. Amplifier shook her head. No, I saw the kid yesterday too, and when I chased him, he led me straight to 2 different muggings. Don't worry, we're not gonna try and catch him. But if that kid throws a rock at you, he wants you to chase him. I'm not sure she should be so comfortable getting hit like that. Ida comments. Well, it not like he can just be like, hey, something's going down, could you follow me? Uraraka responds. I suppose. She started running again and Rocklock shook his head as he followed. He still wasn't convinced that chasing the kid was productive. But Amplifier had proven to be a decent hero, so he'd trust her for now. And well, it was a slow night, so if nothing else, following this kid was something to do. God bless the slow night, Mike said dramatically, for they are few and far between. A good chunk of the pros snickering at his antics. Izuku stopped as soon as he realized that Rocklock and Amplifier weren't following him. Had Amplifier decided he wasn't worth her time anymore? He hadn't been trying to get her, but she'd been talking to Rocklock, and there wasn't any time to go find another hero. Should he try to go find Death Arms? Probably. But by the time he got to Death Arms' patrol route, the robber would be gone. He really was useless, wasn't he? He couldn't even get a hero correctly. Quiet assurances that he was doing good, and they were right behind him ring throughout the room. Izuku startled as he heard footsteps behind him and grinned as he saw Rocklock and Amplifier running toward him. Rocklock looked skeptical about the whole thing, but that didn't matter right now. What mattered right now was making sure that the convenience store robber got caught. See? You're doing great. Hurry, Green Bean. Izuku took off and hoped that they weren't too late. Situations like robberies could often take a turn for the worse extremely quickly. His breath was starting to get painful as he pushed himself even harder. They couldn't be too late. They couldn't. Faster. You got this. Do it. Izuku didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he turned the corner to see the robber leaving the store. Was the cashier okay? Izuku didn't know what he would do if he wasn't. Wait. How would the heroes know that the guy was a villain? You could chuck that soda can at him. Izuku suggested to his counterpart on screen. Really, Deku? Uraraka replies. It is, what do you call it, on brand for him. Todoroki comments. The rest of the squad voice their agreements through their snickering and chuckles. Izuku didn't stop running, but leaned down and scooped up an empty soda can that someone had tossed on the sidewalk. Called it. He only hesitated a moment before he lobbed the can as strong as he could at the villain's head. Hopefully this wouldn't be the idiot move that killed him. Imagine what the kids at school would say. Did you hear that Deku killed himself by throwing a soda can? Seriously, what a lame way to go. But what else did we expect from someone so worthless? Sounds like those FC curs. Bakugo barks. Was it really that bad? Kaminari asks. That place was a special kind of hell. Bakugo answers. And you? Zero asks as Ashido and Kaminari hold their breaths. I don't know. Bakugo replies evenly. The squad, not sure how to respond to that, turn back to the screen. The villain turned around in rage, then saw the heroes behind him, and Izuku almost cried with relief when the villain decided to activate his electricity quirk and charged. Now the heroes wouldn't have any doubt on who they were supposed to attack. Do we get to see some heroes get their asses kicked? Dabai asks with a grin. Don't get your hopes up. Shigaraki warns. Izuku dodged behind a parked car and used the car's RBB tire to shield him from the attack. He poked his head out and Izuku smiled as he saw that Rock Lock and Amplifier had engaged the villain. Now what? Oh, yeah, the cashier. Hope the little listener did some research on first aid, just in case. Mike mumbled. Unfortunately, he probably has first-hand experience treating his own injuries from bullies. Aizawa growls. Izuku flung open the door and ran to the counter. The guy wasn't standing at the counter like he should be, so where was he? Had he gone to a back room to recover from the stress, or was he? Help. The voice was soft and laced with pain, but a dead person couldn't talk, so that meant the cashier was alive. Izuku nearly panicked when he ran around the counter and saw the man lying on the ground, electrical burns covering most of his face and arms. Izuku was familiar with burns, and those looked like they hurt. A lot. I guess that World's Kaken used his quirk directly on me. Izuku comments. Directly? Todoroki turns to him curiously. Well, he is the reason there are scorch marks on my notebook. I see. Todoroki looks at him in suspicion before turning back to the screen. He forced himself to calm down, but wasn't able to force a smile onto his face. Sir, do you have a phone? On the counter. Izuku hurried and dialed the police. Yes. Hello? There's a guy here with electrical burns, at least 2nd or 3rd degree. Yes, it was a villain attack. Somebody robbed the convenience store on Randamu Street. Yeah, we're still here, hurry. That's more useful than most calls. Midnight comments. Do we have plans for call-in lessons? Mike asked. If we didn't before, we do now. Aizawa informs. Izuku put the phone down and knelt beside the cashier. Are you okay? Oh wait, obviously you're not okay. You just got robbed and you're hurt and… How did you, the man rasped, know about the robbery? Oh, I brought the heroes. They're fighting the guy outside. Oh, those burns look bad. Let's get talk. Yeah. Must have spotted the burn cream. Dabai mumbles. What makes you think that? Toga chirps. Dabai simply turns to her with a deadpan stare and holds up one of his charred hands. Oh, right. She replies, face bright red. Izuku stood and found the burn cream and bandages. It only took a few seconds, as he already knew exactly where they were kept because he bought them so frequently. Maybe he'd have to thank Kaken when this was all over. No, Kaken would probably just find that annoying. No, you DMN nerd, Bakugo says in exasperation, do not thank me for hurting you. Izuku shook his head. He needed to focus. He grabbed a rag that was underneath the counter and ran over to the soda fountain to wet it with cold water. Then started dabbing the wet washcloth on the burns, being extra careful not to rub so he didn't do any more damage to the skin. Ice? The man asked as Izuku set to work. It's so hot. Wouldn't ice be better? Izuku shook his head. No, ice can shock your system or make the area so numb you can't tell if further damage is being done. Don't worry, once we get the burn cream on, it'll hurt a little less. And I'm sure the paramedics will be able to give you something for pain when they get here. Case in point. Todoroki gestures towards his scar. Are you ready to tell us that story, hero? Tsu asks. Not yet. Whenever you're ready. Uraraka assures. The man nodded and closed his eyes and Izuku started to apply the cream. He was just wrapping the burns when the door opened, and he heard Amplifier's voice. Kid, are you in here? Is everyone okay? I could have sworn I saw him come in here. I'm here, Amplifier. Izuku yelled. The cashier got burned by that guy's quirk. Amplifier walked around the counter and stopped when she saw Izuku treating the man's wounds. Wow, kid, you look like you know what you're doing. Izuku shrugged. I've had a lot of practice. He finished tying off the final bandage and stood. I'd better leave this to you guys. I already called the ambulance, so they should be here any minute. You should probably stay with him until they get here though. I've heard electrical burns can be tricky. They are. Kaminari comments. Guess you would know. Zero asks. Makes sense. Kirishima adds, I mean, I got this scar. He points to his eyebrow from activating my work while rubbing my eye. My hands are just one big callus at this point. Bakugo adds. Amplifier nodded and knelt beside the man as Izuku hurried toward where he thought the back entrance was. Just because he wasn't technically a vigilante didn't mean it was a good idea to stick around until the cops came, especially since the heroes were a lot more qualified to deal with the situation than he was anyway. At this point, Izuku would just get in the way. That's very responsible on his part. Ida comments. Leaving it to the professionals is wise in any given situation. Kid. Izuku turned back to see Amplifier staring at him. Thanks. Izuku gave her a bright smile before he turned and left. Now to find someone else to save. The screen fades to the chapter select screen. Teacher's bros, that kid has no right to be that cute. Amplifier says. I can't wait to get to know him vicariously through the other me. If he survives that long. Aizawa growls. What do you mean? What he means, Hound Dog cuts in, is that this version is displaying borderline suicidal behavior. He might not fight as strong as he could and get himself killed. Aizawa states. After a few moments of silence, Tsukachi adds, maybe even on purpose. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist preparation. The final 10 months before the entrance exam flew by almost too quickly. One of the first things Izuku had done after finding his new dream was research everything he could find about analytics and intelligence gathering. He couldn't find that much, which he supposed shouldn't be very surprising, considering that he hadn't even known it was a career option. But the things that he could find emphasized computer skills and making sure that his analysis was understandable to other people. Refining his formatting and taking programming lessons would be a good first step. Nedzu comments. Izuku had worked nonstop to make sure he was ready for the entrance exam today. It was difficult since US website didn't say what exactly he'd be asked to do. But he wasn't about to let that stop him. He threw himself into support with a passion, spending hours researching everything that heroes needed to know going into a situation and thinking about what he could do from behind the scenes to make them more effective. Straight to entrance exam? Uraraka asked quietly. It is certainly quicker than the other worlds. Ida comments. To be fair, Izuku replies, watching someone else study for 10 months isn't exactly entertaining. His hero analysis notebooks had improved as well. He still labeled them for the future, but he was now trying to focus on suggestions for improvement and on increasing the speed of his analysis. Izuku had shifted the focus of the notebooks from just heroes to everything to do with quirks and even battle strategy. He filled an entire notebook just with analyses of villains he'd seen on the news, and another with random quirks that he found on the street. He'd also stopped taking them out at school so that his bullies wouldn't be tempted to destroy these ones like they had all the others. Dude, did you actually destroy his notebooks? Kaminari asks. Hell no, Bakugo snaps. Then says more quietly. I may have scorched the cover, but that's it. Have you apologized? Zero asks. Bakugo goes quiet for a moment and replies, not yet. He takes a breath. But I will. School had surprisingly gotten a lot better for Izuku over the past few months. His bullies hadn't stopped after the word spread that he wasn't trying for the hero course anymore. But now everyone was at a loss for how to actually hurt him. Serves you right, dipsits. Dabai calls out. He hadn't told anyone at school about the support course, since the high school application plans simply listed the school, not the emphasis. The teachers assumed he'd switched his goal to general studies, and from what Izuku could gather, the other students thought he was going for the nearest high school with a high acceptance rate. As a result, no one could target his new dream, and all their insults fell flat. Even Kakin had switched to mostly ignoring him, or just calling him useless, which was a huge improvement. The fact that being called useless is an improvement is beyond sad. Ojuru comments. One of the best things that had come from his new dream, though, was actually his relationship with his mother. He hadn't realized just how much his old dream had come between them. But now that it was no longer in the way, they'd grown so much closer. Her worry seemed less like she was trying to suffocate him, and more like it was just how she showed that she cared. Are you all right, Deku? Uraraka asked, seeing Izuku look at his lap in disappointment. Roman 2K knew my mom didn't want me to be a hero, but I didn't realize how much it came between us. The Deku squad leaned into him in a silent show of comfort. When he'd sat her down to talk about his new dream, she had immediately started crying. Izuku had understandably started panicking, wondering what he had said wrong. But as soon as she had calmed down enough to be coherent, Mom had assured him that she was just so happy and proud of him. He hadn't been quite sure how to feel about the fact that her first reaction to him giving up on his lifelong dream was to be so happy that she cried. But there wasn't much he could do about it. Maybe if she had just believed in him earlier. So not only was he viciously bullied, his own mother didn't support him. Aizawa grumbles. An unfortunate truth. All Might says solemnly. Izuku shook his head as he finished getting ready to leave. It wouldn't do any good to worry about what-ifs right now. Mom was just trying to keep him safe, so it made perfect sense that she would be happy that he'd picked a safer option. She had been a little nervous about him still working in the heroics industry, but after he'd assured her that he wouldn't actually be fighting anyone, she'd calmed down and had actually been surprisingly supportive. Kid pretty much grew up alone, if not even his mother had his back. Shigaraki growls. Mood Dabai deadpans. He carefully placed his laptop in his bag and smiled. Mom had gotten it for him as a celebration gift after he'd explained what intelligence and analytics were, and it had actually been her idea to sign him up for computer programming lessons at their local community center. He'd taken to them like a duck to water, and it hadn't been long at all before he'd started learning to hack. Mom didn't necessarily like when he called it hacking since she thought that sounded dangerous or like something a villain would do. But Izuku had pointed out that it would be a really useful way to gather information. He'd be protected behind a screen, and the only people he'd be hacking were villains, to make sure they couldn't hide anything from the heroes. She'd come around pretty quickly after that. Perhaps I should offer hacking lessons to any of the students that would be interested. Nedzu wonders, grinning wildly. The teachers feel shivers roll up their spines. The last thing he packed was the portfolio he'd created to demonstrate his quirk analysis. US website said that in addition to the same written exam that all the other courses took, the support course exam consisted of a portfolio and a practical. Izuku had spent months debating what to put in his portfolio before Mom had suggested simply turning in one of his hero analysis notebooks. He didn't feel like those were quite good enough to turn into UA, so he'd decided to turn in a new analysis notebook that was actually properly formatted. Oh God, Izuku exclaims, I'd die of mortification if any of our teachers saw my notebooks. He'd picked 5 heroes and 5 villains to highlight. Since the website had said he'd be analyzing both as part of UAE exam, and he'd had Mom read through all of them to make sure they didn't just sound like his normal muttering. When he'd first started asking her to read his analyses to make sure other people could understand them, she'd pointed out that he wrote almost completely in run-on sentences, and sometimes dropped words completely because his brain was moving faster than his hands could. Do I really? Izuku worries, how do I fix that? Just a friendly suggestion, Todoroki began, but maybe you could trust one of the teachers to grade them. Izuku hesitates. But which one? Who do you trust most, Hiro? Chu asks patiently. Midoriya goes to speak when Uraraka adds, besides All Might. I guess he takes a moment. I think Aizawa-sensei has earned my trust best. If you'd be more comfortable with one of us helping you, I'd be honored. Ida adds. Izuku beams and enthusiastically says thanks, guys. He'd focused since then on editing his analyses into a coherent whole and making them easy to understand. The heroes he would eventually be working with needed to be able to read through and find what they needed. After all, so there needed to be some sort of formatting, and he couldn't use a lot of technical jargon, not that he ever really had. He'd experimented quite a bit, and had even looked up how professional analysts formatted their essays for inspiration. Overall, Izuku was actually extremely proud of how professional his portfolio looked once he was finished. And Mom hadn't had any trouble understanding it. So that was a huge plus. Consulting with a trusted civilian is excellent practice for such exercises. Nedzu chirps. Mom scooped him into a hug almost as soon as he made it to the kitchen. Oh baby, do you have everything? Do you have your laptop? Will you even need your laptop? It's best to just bring it, right? Even if you don't need it. Or will that be weird? They won't see it as cheating, will they? Oh, if only. Oh, now I see where you get it from. Uraraka giggles at Izuku's blush. Mom, take a deep breath. He pulled away from her and smiled. I'll be fine. I already checked the website, and support course applicants are allowed to bring any technology they think they'll need. I don't know if I'll need my laptop, but I want to be able to demonstrate my hacking if they ask me to. Oh, I will ask you to. Nezu grins. Mom sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. I'm just so worried. I know you'll be fine and safe. But a mother worries, you know. Izuku laughed. I know. Don't worry. The support course exam isn't like the hero course one. So I'm not going to get hurt. Just be glad you're not anti-Mitsuki today. No matter what the hero course practical is, there's bound to be some aspect of combat included. Mom wrung her hands nervously. Oh, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I know Katsuki can handle himself in a fight, but I'm just so glad you're not trying for the hero course. I'm not sure I'd even be able to let you leave the house without having a heart attack. Exactly how long have you known each other for him to call your mom auntie? Zero asked. They were friends before we were born. Bakugo rumbles his mom and mine. Izuku smiled sadly. His grief had long since faded to a dull ache, and he hardly even noticed it anymore most days. But his nervousness about the entrance exam was bringing everything to the surface again. What if he'd made the wrong choice? What if he was meant to be a hero? What if he'd never really be satisfied with the support course? What if Keiken was right, and he really was useless, and he failed the entrance exam, and ended up living under a bridge and… Stop that, Izuku. Mom hit him gently on the arm and smiled to pull him from his spiral. I'm the one who's supposed to be worrying, so just leave that to me, and you focus on doing your best. Okay, baby. That was so wholesome. That's right, Green Bean. You're gonna do great. Izuku smiled and nodded in determination. Thanks, Mom. I should get going. Wish me luck. Good luck. Mom started sniffling as he put on his shoes, then started full-on crying as he waved to her when he got down to the street. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and took a deep breath as he headed toward the train station. He could do this. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Reactions. Nezu didn't know what he was expecting when he opened his inbox that morning. Maybe another complaint about Tagata losing his pants again despite his massive improvement since the sports festival. You're still getting emails about that? Midnight asks. Unfortunately, Nezu states. It certainly wasn't emails from 15 pro heroes, only 2 of which had ever recommended a student before, all requesting to recommend a single student to UA. We all recommended him. Mr. Brave groans. Isn't one enough? Unless we didn't tell each other, we were each recommending him. Miss Joke answers, snickering a bit. Nezu sighed. Most likely this Izuku Midoriya had a technology manipulation quirk and was trying to increase his chances. It had been done before, but never this blatantly. Oh well, it would be relatively easy to check. The student really should have looked at which pros taught at UA before including Eraserhead on his list of recommenders. He pressed the intercom. Aizawa, would you come to my office, please? I can't believe you, of all people, recommended a student. Midnight whispered. It only logical with how effective he's proven himself to be. Aizawa deadpanned. A few minutes later, his door swung open right as Aizawa was about to knock. The teacher just looked at him unimpressed and said the second thing to surprise the principal that morning. Is this about the student I submitted for recommendations? Oh God, Mike began. Nezu should never look surprised. Nezu's eyes widened. You mean it wasn't a fake recommendation? He's actually shocked. Ashido cried, holding Kaminari tightly. We're all doomed, he added. Aizawa just glared at him. Is it that strong to believe that I might take a liking to a kid? Yes, who said that? Aizawa called out to be met with silence. That's what I thought. No, Nezu smiled in excitement. But would you like to explain why 14 other pro heroes also recommended the same student? You seem rather annoyed. All Might mentioned. Probably because I am. Aizawa answered. Aizawa swore under his breath. They all recommended him too. Nezu nodded. Whatever story was behind these recommendations was quickly becoming more interesting. Aizawa just shook his head. I knew we should have discussed this last night. It's illogical for everyone to recommend him. He sighed heavily. Do you remember when I told you about Deku? Didn't Aizawa-sensei think you were Nezu at one point? Uraraka asked. Yeah, he did at first. I remember you asking if I was the one sending out mysterious analyses, if that's what you mean. Aizawa nodded. Well, he's gotten quite the reputation in the underground. But no one had ever met him face to face before last night. He's part of the group that was invited to raid the Durago cartel. Nedzu gestured for Aizawa to continue. He's 14. If Nedzu had been drinking tea, he would have been tempted to do a spit take. He had read some of those analyses. A 14-year-old did that? He could see why so many pros had recommended Midoriya. If he had been there, Nedzu would probably have put in a recommendation of his own. He would have recommended me himself. Izuku bursts. I see. I take it, he's already planning on attending UA. Yes, he told us he's applying to general education. But I think he'd jump at the hero course if he had the opportunity. I can try to give him a pep talk if he needs more convincing. Although maybe Mike or Joke would be better for that job. He doesn't seem to think he can be a hero. Nedzu seeked his head to the side. His analysis is already sought after by working pros. Why wouldn't he think he has what it takes? I get the feeling that he hasn't had a lot of encouragement from, well, anyone really. He's quirkless. Now Nedzu was really glad he wasn't currently drinking tea. It wasn't often that anyone managed to surprise him. And here this Midoriya had managed to do so 4 times in 1 hour. And he wasn't even here. Nedzu is shook. The world is ending. Mike exclaims dramatically. Are you sure? Nedzu had to ask. Aizawa just looked tired. I activated my quirk while he was analyzing a video, and I honestly think he didn't even notice. He didn't pause, stutter, or even decrease the quality of his analyses. And Tsukachi didn't register anything he said as a lie. He paused. I know that there's never been a quirkless hero before, but if anyone can do it, Deku can. But you and I know just how biased the entrance exam is, and he isn't exactly made of muscle. With his mind, I think he'll have a better chance at passing an obstacle course and interview than an all-out brawl against robots. I agree. I'll send him the invite for the recommendation exam. Does he know you recommended him? No. Well, I guess it'll be a surprise then. Fair warning, the other me is probably gonna freak out. Izuku says to the theater. Calls of shame and mood come back at him. It was definitely a surprise. Mom, do you know why I have a letter from Yua? Izuku looked at the envelope on the table like it was a bomb, which, for all he knew, it could have been. I'd never. Nedzu chirps. His mind was moving a mile a minute trying to figure out why in the world UA would be contacting him 3 whole months before the entrance exam. Was this normal? Was this just saying that they received his application? No, if that was the case, then they would have sent it right after he submitted the application months ago. Was something wrong? Were they rejecting him because he was quirkless? That had to be it. Izuku felt his heart sink. Of course, the policy allowing quirkless entry was probably a PR ploy. It's sad that I could see some of the other schools doing exactly that. Midnight sighs. He could already feel the tears fighting to fall from his eyes, making it difficult to see the clear type of his name on the envelope. Of course, he wouldn't be able to go to UA. He was an idiot to think otherwise. Yes, you can. Open it. Don't be hasty. Izuku? Izuku, what's wrong? What did the letter say? Izuku's voice was choked with tears. I don't know, I haven't opened it yet. You weren't kidding about him freaking out. Uraraka comments. The alarmed look in Inko's eyes softened. She knew how bad anxiety could make things seem. She'd struggled with it herself for years, after all. If only she'd been able to give her son a quirk rather than an anxiety disorder. She pushed that thought down along with the guilt that came with it. No use thinking that now, those kinds of thoughts weren't going to do anything to help Izuku through his anxiety attack. That explains so much. Uraraka exclaims. But how are you focused during stressful situation? Kiro. Fu asks. Rule 1 of anxiety survival. Izuku answers. At his friend's curious stares, he adds survive now, panic later. Breathe with me, Izuku. How about you open the letter before jumping to conclusions about what's inside? Izuku didn't respond, but he did calm down a little. Would you like me to open it for you? This time he took a deep breath and shook his head. He still reached out like he was expecting the letter to bite him, but it was better than him crying over a sealed envelope. Izuku was careful not to tear the envelope as he opened it, and Inko watched his face with concern as his eyes tracked along the paper and gradually grew wider and wider with every line. Hey, look, we broke him. Miss. Joke giggles. Izuku, are you okay? They want me to take the recommendation exam. Izuku said numbly. They want me to take the recommendation exam. Wah. How? Well, that's good. Inko tried to smile through her worries. She had been so happy the last few months since her son had finally seemed to come to terms with the fact that he wouldn't be a hero. It wasn't that she didn't want to support his dreams, but she'd sleep a lot easier at night if she at least knew that he was safe. Roman too thinks so. But Mom, Izuku looked up at her. The recommendation program is based on recommendations. Who would have? He trailed off. But Inko could practically see his brain making some connection or another before he whispered, "No, it couldn't have been." But who else? They wouldn't have. Not for someone like me. Would they? He seemed to snap out of his reverie. Mom, I need to message some of my friends. I'll be in my room, okay? You seem overwhelmed. Todoroki comments. Side effect of anxiety is being more prepared for bad news than good news. Izuku starts, although having friends like you guys is helping with that. Soft smiles spread across the faces of the Deku squad in response. Inko just nodded. Ook, I'll tell you when dinner's ready. Izuku smiled, but it seemed more like an afterthought. He was still shocked. Thanks, Mom. You're the best, before heading off to his room. Inko picked up the forgotten letter and read it through. It may not be what she wanted. It definitely wasn't safe. But if it was really what Izuku wanted, could she really say no? Supportive Midoriya in the house. Kaminari cheers. Izuku hurriedly logged on and opened a group message to all the pros who were participating in the raid. Chat fic. Ashido and Kaminari cheer. Are you two going to do that every time? Zero asks, and they shrug in response. New group 12857. Deku, would anybody care to explain why I got a letter from UA this morning inviting me to take the hero course recommendation exam? His freakouts are kinda cute. Miss Joke comments. Several users are typing. 58726. Miss Joke, yeah, I might have had something to do with that. 87657. Mr. Brave, wait. You did. I recommended him. 12579. Eraserhead, we should have discussed it. Nedzu called me into his office and thought it was a prank. It was completely illogical for us all to recommend him. Yet another reason for effective communication. Aizawa grumbles. 12857. Deku. 72598. Sir Nightai, I don't think it's that illogical, Eraser. After all, he's taking the exam. 12579. Eraserhead, while I see your point, he still would have been invited to take the exam if he only had one recommendation. Any more than that is just inefficient. 12857. Deku Hayuasafchastchafhoafachdi typical excited team keyboard smash. Ashido says fondly. 58726. Miss. Joke, Deku sweetie. Are you okay? 72598. Sir Nightai. 12579. Eraserhead. 87657. Mr. Brave, oh sit guys. I think we might have killed him. That's hilarious. Kaminari chuckles. 12579. Eraserhead kid, you're scaring us. We need you to tell us if you're okay. Wait, are they serious? Ashido questions. 72598. Sir Nightai Tsukachi took him home. So he knows where the kid lives, right? Who has his number? Ashido turns to the pros and asks. Is this the first time you've seen a keyboard smash? Keyboard smash? Aizawa questions. She looks at them in horror. Then explains sometimes the only way we can express how excited we are is by pressing random buttons in a random order and sending the result. That is a keyboard smash. O is said by many pros and teachers. 12579. Eraserhead, I'll call him. 12857. Deku, sorry guys. My mom came in and I had to calm down and explain to her why I was screaming. Wait. Please tell me you didn't call Tsukachi. 72598. Sir Nightai, sorry kid. When you stopped responding, we were scared something had happened. 12857. Deku at 12579. Stop. I'm okay. Please don't call the detective. 12579. Eraserhead, I explained what happened, and that it's a false alarm. Sorry for overreacting, Deku. 87657. Mr. Brave, yeah, sorry dude. 58726. Miss Joke ditto 87657. Mr. Brave, so why were you screaming? Did you see a spider? Aw, is Mr. Brave scared of spiders? Joke teases. Hey, they're creepy little sits. He defends, making Joke laugh harder. 12857. Deku, no. It's just, do you guys really think I could be a hero? 12579. Eraserhead, obviously. Your analysis is better than even most pros are capable of, and you choose to use it to help heroes rather than hurt them. You've got more potential than my entire class this year. 58726. Miss Joke, you expelled your entire class this year. 12579. Eraserhead, exactly. A variety of quick laughs cut through the room. 12857. Deku, why? What I do really isn't that special. It's just a hobby I've had since I was a kid. 87657. Mr. Brave, Deku, you had the entire underground convinced that you were a retired pro for like 7 months. That was the wrong thing to say. Midoriya comments. 12857. Deku, I am so sorry. Did I make it sound like I was a pro? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to read through all my old messages and make sure, and I'm probably gonna get arrested for fraud and impersonating a pro, and I am so sorry. 58726. Miss Joke, OMG. He's freaking out. It's so cute. 87657. Mr. Brave, hahaha. Dude. Deku. Stop freaking out. It was our fault for assuming. No one's gonna arrest you over a misunderstanding. Gunless Erasers still on the phone with Tsukachi. 12579. Eraserhead, if I was, I'd have him arrest you. Brave. Not Deku. 72598. Sir Nightai, I'm more concerned about why you don't believe us. 12857. Deku, it's just, nobody's ever told me I could be a hero before. 8 feelsness. 58726. Miss Joke, who do I need to kill? I'm in. Uraraka calls out. Uraraka, no. Izuku reacts. Uraraka, yes. 12857. Deku, what? 12579. Eraserhead, Joke, no. 58726. Miss Joke, yes. A woman after my own heart. Uraraka exaggerates. 87657. Mr. Brave, how many pitchforks do I need to bring? 72598. Sir Nightai, guys, if you make Deku scream again, his mom will be the one planning murder. 12857. Deku, thanks guys. It's been fun. But I need to go reevaluate my life now. 12857 has left the chat. 72598. Sir Nightai, are you happy now? 58726. Miss Joke, no. Because people haven't been giving my son the love and encouragement he deserves. 12579. Eraserhead, he's not your son. 58726. Miss Joke, does that mean he's yours? 12579 has left the chat. 72598. Sir Nightai, at this point, we can't change how people have treated him. All we can do is make sure he knows we believe in him moving forward. 72598 has left the chat. 87657 has left the chat. 58726 has left the chat. The screen fades out, and the crowd shuffles around getting food and taking a bathroom break before the next chapter begins. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for hire embracing the role. It had been 6 months since Izuku's fateful encounter with All Might. It seemed like a lot longer to Izuku. A lot had changed since he was a bright-eyed kid holding on to a dream of becoming a hero. He'd learned a lot about computers and hacking to help with his villain work, and was planning on going to a high school that emphasized programming. He still did most of his villain work in internet cafes, but moved around frequently to prevent being tracked. That's going to be a headache and a half. Aizawa comments. Hopefully we'll find a pattern and can set a trap before he switches methods. Tsukachi adds. He had also tried picking up as much as he could about money laundering to prevent anyone from tracking his funds. His prices went up with each plan he sent out, and he had yet to reach a point where his clients refused to pay. Shorty's making bank. Dabai snarks. He had also been cleaning Dagaba Beach. The more things change, Midoriya mumbles to himself. It had started as a way to deal with his guilt over becoming a villain. Maybe if he did something good for the community, it would cancel out the harm he'd caused. Izuku was gradually coming to terms with his new life. letting his bitterness at society combine with his pride at a job done well to drown out his regret. Watching him talk himself into this life is so Ishido starts. Painful. Kaminari finishes. He didn't get panic attacks anymore when he opened the news and saw that one of his plans had been carried out. He still got nervous and somewhat nauseous, but even that was getting replaced with satisfaction. It didn't hurt that every message in his inbox fed his ego as villains were constantly thanking him or demanding his services. For the first time in his life, he had people who didn't think he was useless. It was like a drag and Izuku couldn't get enough of it. So far, he'd sold the murder plans for 10 heroes, and that wasn't even counting the numerous robberies, non-hero assassinations, and other crimes that he'd planned. He's done so much in so little time. I didn't even think about how dangerous my notebooks could be. Izuku stays solemnly. Is there anything you could do about that? Yororoka asks. Like what? He replies. Maybe you could make a code. Todoroki suggested. That might be a fun project. Izuku buzzes with excitement. But people were starting to catch on. Conspiracy theorists online were starting to connect the recent uptick in hero deaths, and even the police were starting to suspect there might be one person behind it. Villains were starting to come to him with higher profile targets, but were also starting to demand face-to-face meetings rather than just through a screen. If he gets to face-to-face meetings, he's going to skyrocket in reputation all over again. Mike mentions, can you imagine if he starts to participate? Midnight ads and the group shivers. Which was why he'd never stopped cleaning the beach. He knew that one act of good wouldn't make up for the bad he'd done, and he was getting to the point where he didn't want it to. But it was excellent muscle training, and he needed to be strong if he expected to survive in the world of villains. Smart kid. Dabai comments. The cutie's getting buff. Toga exclaims. I wonder if Sensei will hire him. Shigaraki wonders. You mean when? Twice corrects as in never. Izuku caught movement out of the corner of his eye as he hefted a microwave and began to carry it toward the dumpster. He had started to suspect this morning, but now he was sure. He was being followed, which meant that someone had managed to figure out that he was Mastermind. The only question was who. Izuku continued his task without letting on that he knew he was being watched, opting instead to keep an eye out and get a description of his stalker. Hopefully, it was a villain. Izuku didn't quite know what he'd do if the heroes caught on to his identity this early in the game, so yeah, hopefully, villain. Izuku had to resist chuckling to himself. What had his life become? Something very exciting. Dabai grins. By the time he left the beach at sundown, he'd discovered that his stalker was a middle-aged man with gray hair, a goatee, and apparently a love of cheap suits and cigarettes. Hey, Toga starts, isn't that Jiren? Makes sense. Shigaraki answers he is a broker. He was pretty good at staying out of sight, but Izuku had years of experience hiding from bullies and, more recently, stalking heroes himself. He breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was almost definitely not a hero. But if he had managed to find Izuku, he must have significant connections in the underground. Izuku made a note to check his notebooks when he got home. If he has notes on villains as well as heroes, he could easily deal with anyone that would try to cross him. Nedzu muses. Izuku had become much more paranoid since he'd thrown himself into villainy. Call it a combination of a guilty conscience and an anxiety disorder or whatever. But the end result was that Izuku was neurotically careful when it came to not getting caught. He had an irrational fear that, somehow, a cop would try posing as one of his clients online, get him to send a murder plan for a hero, then somehow use the IP address to track him and take him to jail. Yeah, maybe Izuku had been watching too many crime dramas, but it could happen. How have we not thought to do that? Tsukachi asks aloud. Anyway, he'd started to learn as much as he could about the villain underground, so that he could reasonably vet his clients. It helped that he'd started asking about his clients' quirks and skill sets, so that he could incorporate them into his plans. But a majority of his information came from the dark net and hacking into some of the less secure police databases. Just like he had notebooks of information on heroes, now he had them on villains, and it came in handy in unexpected ways. Reinforced police databases added to the list of things to do when we get home. Nedzu mumbles to himself. One client a few weeks ago had commissioned him to help their group rob a casino. It was a difficult job with a big payout, so Izuku had only demanded part of his fee up front. After the job was done, he'd messaged the client about the rest of his money and gotten the response of thanks. But you should be lucky with what you've got, and you're not getting any more from us. Idiots, really. He'd vetted them beforehand and checked their quirks against the police registry. So he knew who they were, where they lived, and, most importantly, their weaknesses. Well, their FC kid. Bakugo barks. In the midst of his fuming, it hadn't taken him long to find a few villains with a grudge against their little group. Turns out Izuku wasn't the only one these guys had tried to screw over. It was a little harder to find out how to contact their enemies. But once he did, they seemed more than happy to pay Izuku for the chance to take them down. Needless to say, no one had tried to cheat Mastermind out of his fee since. Well, that's one way to deal with it, Izuku mumbles. It came in handy now as he looked through descriptions of various known villains in an attempt to figure out who was following him. The guy didn't have an obvious quirk from what he could see, but who would have a reason to come after him? A previous client. No dice. Izuku continued rifling through the pages until bingo. Jurin. A broker. Izuku leaned back in his chair, of course. Haven't we been trying to track down this particular broker for a while now? Aizawa asked. Unfortunately. Sakachi responds. The name nagged at him though. Like he should be more familiar with this guy than just a passing entry in his journal. His eyes skimmed over the notes, lingering on the known connections list when a note he'd made in the margin caught his eye. More specifically, a username. Oh, right. Jurin was the broker who'd reached out to him online a few times early on, offering to arrange meetings with big-name players in the villain world and provide any necessary gear. An evil talent agent. Ashido whispers. This is so bad. Kaminari hisses. Izuku had soundly refused. He had been so new to the game when Jurin had reached out, and hadn't yet grown comfortable with calling himself a villain. He had also been scared. One of the main reasons he liked working online was that his skills could speak for themselves. He had a sneaking suspicion that Mastermind's credibility would tank the moment word got out that he was just a quirkless teenager. Just kill the FC curs, Dabai yelled. Show em who's boss. Things are different now, Izuku mused. Yeah, I'm still a quirkless teenager. But at least I've gotten used to the fact that I'm a villain now. I've got a reputation. A big reputation, if the copycat masterminds popping up to sell inferior plans was anything to go by. A reputation I need to uphold. So far, Izuku had been able to take care of the copycats fairly quickly, using the same methods he used for cheating clients. But one could never be too careful. Maybe it's finally time to start showing a physical presence. And with that, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began to make plans. The screen fades as the groups chatter. A discussion of villain versus heroes marketing schemes can be heard. The teachers seem to be making lesson plans and a security adjustment list. All the while the league is placing bets on which one of them meets him first. As the screen loads, everybody turns back. Vidiian. The green guide names. Shota looked across the desk at Tsukachi as he finished the paperwork for his latest arrest. I heard you got yourself a new vigilante. Aizawa-sensei. His class cheered. Tsukachi rolled his eyes, if you can even call him that. The kid hasn't actually done anything yet. His mo is that he'll find a crime, then go and find a hero. Doubt that will last long. Aizawa grumbles. Seems like he's doing some good then. Tsukachi looked tired. Yeah, but it turns out that most heroes don't take kindly to having rocks thrown at them. Shota snorted. He throws rocks at them. Did Aizawa just laugh? Kaminari asked. To be fair, Ashido starts anyone would. True. Tsukachi nodded. At least he's not actually hitting them with the rocks anymore. The first week or so, the heroes all came in with mild bruises. A few days ago, he started just tossing the rocks at their feet, though, so that's an improvement. His goal was always to get the heroes' attention, not hurt them, wasn't it? Shota said. The rocks were just a way to make sure they chased him. He was probably trying to get them angry, so they'd pay attention to him. And he stopped, so no harm done in my opinion. Amplifier comments. That's what we decided too. Tsukachi offered Shota a cup of coffee that he gratefully accepted. Word of him has been spreading pretty fast though, and heroes in the area are starting to recognize him. That's probably part of why he's stopped hitting them with the rocks. Once he's got their attention, heroes know that they need to follow him. Apparently, he's pretty good at sniffing out crimes a lot, and most of the heroes don't mind the extra help, considering he's not really hurting anything. They like my help? Izuku asks. A lot of little things tend to fall through the cracks. Ida explains my brother always worried about that. What's he look like? Shota asked. In case I come across him. Well, he's kind of plain as far as vigilantes go, Sakachi said, handing him a sketch of the vigilante. He wears a dark green hoodie with matching goggles, then black jeans. The most flashy thing about him is his red shoes, but even those don't appear to be a statement piece. Shota looked at the sketch. There really wasn't anything that's special or eye-catching about him. It's strange, most vigilantes I've met try to go for something more distinctive. This guy kinda reminds me of myself. He doesn't care what he looks like, as long as he gets the job done. Helping people is all I really care about. I'd do it even if no one ever knew about it. Izuku comments. That's why you're the best. Uraraka chirps. Yeah, most vigilantes are failed heroes, so they see themselves as heroes. But this kid is different, Sakachi said. He doesn't even try to fight the villains. For now. Aizawa grumbles. You've said kid twice now. Shota looked at the sketch again. Just how old is he? Early 20s? Sakachi shook his head. Amplifier's the only one that has had any close contact with him. But she said that, based on his voice and the way he held himself, he's a teenager, and a young one at that. She pegged him at around 12 or 13 because he was so short and skinny. But I think it's more likely that we're looking in the 16-18 range. Since most vigilantes are failed heroes, he's got to be old enough to have taken and failed the entrance exams. So close, yet so far. Ashido sighs dramatically. But this kid doesn't see himself as a hero the way other vigilantes do. Shota pointed out. Crawler, Pop Step, and even Stendhal all saw themselves as heroes even without licenses. And they each came up with their own particular brand of dress and behavior. This kid doesn't even fight. Has he even given himself a name yet? No, even when he spoke with Amplifier, he didn't introduce himself. Sakachi said. But the heroes who've encountered him so far have taken to calling him the Green Guide. That's not the name Headcase gave us. Todoroki points out. Maybe he'll change it. Kiro. Shota SN cause. The Green Guide? Seriously? They couldn't think of anything less obvious. Sakachi shrugged. Well, the kid wears green and leads them to crimes in progress. I don't know, the alliteration is kinda catchy. Shota rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, 'cause that's obviously super important to the kid. He sighed. It's just he hope he keeps staying out of fights. If he gets in any deeper, he'll only end up getting himself killed. You jinxed it. Mike turns to Aizawa. He hasn't met the problem child yet. Aizawa retorts he couldn't possibly know. Izuku wandered the now familiar streets in search of crime. He'd been doing this for 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. He still hadn't mustered the courage to get in a single fight. But the heroes were actually starting to recognize and trust him. He'd never realized just how lax heroes were toward vigilantes. Maybe it was because he wasn't actually doing a lot of vigilante-type stuff. But the heroes never tried to track him down after a fight or anything. Undergrounds tried to work with vigilantes unless they crossed the line into full-blown villainy. Aizawa comments. Which is why so many do. Endeavor gripes. And Izuku was actually starting to get stronger. The first few days had been terrifyingly painful just from the dramatic increase in physical activity. But his body was starting to get used to it now. Maybe he was just imagining it. But when he'd gotten dressed before going out, his calves had been noticeably firmer. And he was definitely getting more flexible from all the stretching he did before and after his patrols. Green beans getting fit. Ashido cheers. He was also getting more familiar with the sounds that happened every night. There had been a few times in which he peeked into an alley expecting to find a fight, only to find that it was just a cat that had knocked over a trash can lid. But now he was getting better at recognizing that sound, even if he still double-checked to make sure since he didn't want to miss anything. Nothing wrong with being cautious. Rock Lock commends. That familiarity with nighttime sounds was why a slight rustling accompanied by what sounded like muffled whimpers was enough to raise red flags. He rushed in the direction of the sound and his eyes widened when he saw a guy with some kind of mole quirk pressing a brunette woman against the brick wall, using one of his massive hands to cover her mouth, while the other one directed to less innocent places. Get your hands off her. Rotten scum. You give villains a bad name. He should get a hero. Which ones were close to here again? Budizuku had watched a lot of fights, not only over the last 2 weeks, but during his entire hero-obsessed lifetime. He was familiar with battle stances and how to not get knocked down by an opponent, and this guy looked like a strong breeze would blow him over. Probably, the only reason that the girl hadn't been able to escape was that he was so much bigger than she was. The guy was completely off balance. He's not wrong. Midnight murmurs. Don't encourage him. Aizawa commands. Izuku should really get a hero. He was wasting time. But his mind couldn't help running through how he'd beat this guy if he had to fight him. He had a mole quirk, which meant that he probably relied mostly on his sense of smell, since his eyesight was most likely poor. He also didn't have good situation awareness, since Izuku had been standing there for almost a minute by this point, and he still hadn't noticed. Oh no, he'd been standing there for almost a minute. He needed to go get a hero. Hurry. Run. Come on. Unfortunately, the woman had more situational awareness than her attacker. And right as Izuku was about to turn and run, she caught his eye. Her muffled screams got more frantic and Izuku couldn't help himself as he ran forward to save her. I believe the term is called it. Ida said. CRP, CRP, CRP. What was he supposed to do? This guy was so big and Izuku still didn't know how to fight at all. Okay. The mole quirk meant that the guy was mostly blind. But he could still probably smell Izuku if he wasn't careful, so Izuku glanced around and saw a half-full takeout container on the floor by one of the dumpsters. He picked it up and swallowed down his own disgust. Hey Molman. The nerd needs trash-talking lessons. Bakugo grumbles. Oh, Kakin would be ashamed of that insult. It wasn't even an insult. It was just an observation that was phrased as an insult, like Deku. But even if it wasn't very creative, it did the trick and Molman turned around only to get a face full of half-eaten takeout. His heightened sense of smell would no longer be a problem. You, gross. I'm gagging. Molman let go of the woman as he pawed desperately at his face to wipe away the stench. But Izuku didn't give him much of a chance as he lunged for his legs. The guy was already off balance, so if Izuku could just trip him. The man fell strong onto his back, and Izuku smiled briefly before he realized that down did not mean out. Molman grabbed Izuku's leg and yanked him down as well, then let go as he scrambled to his feet and kicked Izuku in the gut. Izuku grimaced, but he'd been kicked before, so he just shrugged off the pain and got up. Get him. Go for the eyes. Castrate him. Okay, so plan A didn't work. What was plan B? Who was he kidding? He hadn't even had a plan A. Okay, so how did the heroes beat the villains? Well, they beat them with their quirks, but that wasn't going to work here. So what could Izuku wait? Midnight had her WHP right. That's how she beat female villains or villains that could hold their breath for a long time. So if he couldn't use a quirk to defeat Molman, maybe he could use some kind of weapon. Stab the beach. Punch him out. You better survive this. He really should have thought this through. He had a pencil in his back pocket, but that was it. Molman suddenly reached out and slammed Izuku against the wall, holding him a foot off the ground by his throat. Izuku struggled to breathe as the hand started to crush his windpipe and tried to blink away the black that was starting to encroach on the edges of his vision. Was he going to die? Had the girl gotten away? He glanced over to the side and saw her watching the fight with wide eyes. Worry about yourself, dumbass, Dabai shouted. No, he couldn't die yet. Izuku grabbed his pencil and jammed it into Molman's hand. A hiss of sympathy echoes through the room. Some shake out their hand, feeling the phantom pain of the injury on screen. Molman screamed and let Izuku go. That trick probably wasn't going to work a second time and Molman was getting angrier by the minute. What else could he use? You need to carry some weapons with you if you do this again, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Well, he'd need to knock the guy out. He wasn't strong enough yet to do that by punching like All Might did. But some kind of blunt force trauma would probably be best. Oh, that sounded so bad. Maybe it was for the best that Izuku couldn't be a hero. Yes, you can. You're a rock a bit. As Molman recovered from being stabbed, Izuku glanced around the alley again, until he saw a dented can of beans that someone had thrown away. He ran over to it as Molman charged and grabbed his legs. Izuku slammed onto the cement bell first, but managed to grab the can right as Molman started to drag him backward. FCK him up. Ream him. Break his nose. Izuku twisted his body and slammed the can into Molman's hands with enough force to make him let go. His body was running on pure adrenaline at this point, and it seemed like everything was simultaneously going too fast and too slow. Izuku managed to dodge another grab and used his can to bludgeon Molman's shoulder. Not bad for a first fight. Mirko comments. Molman aimed a punch for his head, but he was broadcasting his movements the way Kaken sometimes did, so it was easy enough for Izuku to duck. The punch threw Molman off balance again, and Izuku hit him with some weird mix of a punch and a backhand, making him stumble back. Your battle instincts at their finest. Ida commends. Izuku didn't wait for Molman to recover before he launched his next attack. The can got slippery as Molman's nose started to bleed. Or maybe some of that BLD was from Izuku's knuckles. Izuku didn't stop hitting though until his opponent was on the ground. He waited tensely for a long moment until he was certain that Molman was knocked out, then turned to the girl he just saved. Well, that was brutal. Kaminari comments. Are you okay? She looked at him in shock. Am I okay? You just fought a guy twice your size. Izuku looked down at the guy on the floor. Actually, I think he's probably more like 3 times my size. I'm pretty small. But I don't think his size is just because of his quirk. Not important. Shiggy snarks. Earth to Kid. Are you actually okay? He looked like he hurt you. Izuku shrugged. It's nothing I'm not used to. Don't worry about it. That just makes us worry more. Aizawa huffs. The woman didn't look any less worried, but Izuku decided that trying to reassure her probably wouldn't do any good. He turned to leave, but almost tripped over Molman, who was still unconscious on the ground. Oh, almost forgot about him. I should really get some zip ties or something to bring out. I wonder do you have any zip ties on you? The woman let out a stressed huff of laughter. No. Are you telling me you ran into the fight without any way to tie the guy up? Izuku shrunk back a little. I normally just run away and get the heroes. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. I'm not even a real vigilante. No, you're doing great. The woman tried to reassure him, and Izuku gave her a shaky smile. He wasn't doing great. Am I crazy? Hagakure starts. Or is that weirdly cute? I see it too. Momo replies. There's got to be something around here we can use, he muttered. Maybe if I can find some rope. Oh, I can tear this old t-shirt into strips. Probably won't stop him for long. But hopefully, the police will arrive before that'll be a problem. The woman stared at him as he tied up Molman as tightly as he could. Do you need me to do anything? Izuku shook his head. If you could call the cops after I leave, that'd be great. I mean, you should probably stick around so you can explain what happened, 'cause otherwise, they might not actually be able to arrest this guy. But if he starts waking up, you should probably run. The woman nodded and Izuku grabbed the fire escape. He didn't want her to have to wait too long, which she probably would have to if he just walked out onto the street. Wait. Hang on. Ashido cried, isn't she one of the reporters that broke into UA before the Usti? She totally is. Kaminari replies. Izuku stopped with his hands still on the fire escape. Yes. Are you hurt? Do you need me to give you first aid? The woman shook her head. No. You just never told me your vigilante name. What am I supposed to call you? Green guy. Izuku shrugged. Sure, if that works. I don't really care what people call me. I just want to help people. With that, he turned around and scrambled up the fire escape. He saw the woman getting out her phone as he got to the roof. So that was good. He should probably try to take the rooftops home, so he didn't run into any of the cops as they drove to the alley. He'd never hopped from building to building before. But it couldn't be too strong, right? Nope. Aizawa growls that's something you practice at a safe elevation. Izuku backed up and got a running start as he prepared to jump. Only the chicken out with a yelp as he arrived at the edge of the roof. He tried to calm his breathing down. That was a lot scarier than he'd hoped it would be. He could try again, but really didn't want to. It was probably best not to try again anyway, since if he jumped and ended up falling, then they'd think it was suicide. And that would defeat his whole purpose of being a vigilante, which was so that no one would get hurt when he died. Oh right, Kaminari starts sadly. I forgot how depressing this world was for a second there. He gave a determined nod, found another fire escape that led into the next alley over and climbed down. Then he lowered his hood, put away his goggles, and started walking home, grimacing as the adrenaline wore off, and he realized how much pain he was in. He should call it a night. He wouldn't be able to run fast enough to help anyone in this state. Good thing he already had practice treating his own injuries. At least he knows when to call it a day. Midnight comforts. Hina Yu smiled as she watched the vigilante disappear and dialed her boss. She'd call the police in a minute, but they would ask her to stay on the line until someone arrived, and she didn't want to wait to make this call. You? What are you doing calling me at 3 in the morning? I have tomorrow's headline. Called it. Ashido called. What? What happened? She grinned. I was just saved by a new vigilante. I'm fine, don't worry. He seems to just be starting out, so I'm positive no other paper has talked about him yet. He said he often gets heroes to respond to crimes that would otherwise be overlooked, and he's super sweet and nervous. I think he might be a teenager. Ah, she's so excited about the adorable green bean. Midnight squeals. Really? Her boss sounded much more awake. That is a headline, maybe not the front page, but there's definitely a story there. Get me a piece by morning, and we'll run it on the website. If it gets enough hits, I'll give you the go-ahead to do more research, and we'll do a full piece by the end of the week. What's your vigilante's name? Hina frowned. He'd said that Green Guy was fine, but a name like that wouldn't sell any papers. She needed something flashier, something that would make people curious when they saw it in the headline. Well, he was green, and he didn't seem to care what people called him, so, Vidiian, she said. Let's call him Vidiian. So a reporter gave this one his name. Todoroki theorizes. Todoroki no. Izuku whines. Todoroki turns to Midoriya, looks him in the eye, and completely straight-faced says Todoroki yes, causing the Deku squad to burst out laughing as he cracks a smile. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist arrival Izuku actually ended up getting to Yua a few minutes early. Early enough that he didn't even see Kaken, who should be taking the hero course exam today, on his way in. He looked up at the building, not even bothering to conceal his awe considering that he was far from the only applicant gaping at the fact that they were actually at Yua. After a long moment, he shook himself and hurried into the building, taking everything in as he followed the signs to the support course exam orientation. I remember staring at the gate for so long. Izuku remembered. Right before nearly faceplanting on the steps. Uraraka teased. Uraraka, he whined. He ended up in a large room lined with desks that were almost completely empty, except for a few other early arrivals like himself. Izuku swallowed nervously as they all looked up at his arrival, his anxiety already getting the better of him as he ran to one of the seats in the back corner. He really wasn't ready to meet his future tormentors quite yet. The fact that he refers to any potential student as future tormentors is disconcerting at best. Nedzu comments. All we can do is hope our other selves can help him. Midnight grumbles. After a few minutes of sitting in the oppressively silent room, Izuku decided that he needed to find something to distract himself. The longer he just sat there, the more he worried that he was somehow making a terrible mistake, that he would fail the exam, or that the proctors would come up to him and tell him that Yua had actually decided to not accept quirkless applicants this year. He could always analyze his fellow examinees and see if he could guess their quirks. But he knew that as soon as he started analyzing, he would also start mumbling, which would sound even louder in the quiet room. And then any hope he had of fading into the background would go out the window. Good lord, HeadcaseKiller starts. I just want to jump through the screen and hug the poor thing. Take Shoji with you, Ajaru suggests. I have been told I give pretty good hugs. Shoji replies. You do have a lot of arms. Dark Shadow squeaks. Dark Shadow. Takoyami whispers, blushing at his quirk's boldness. Izuku thought for a moment before getting out his laptop. From what he'd read, Yua had impressive cybersecurity, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look at their firewalls. Right. He looked at the clock. He still had another 20 minutes until the exam started, and if he didn't do anything, he was going to go insane. So this would be a good way to keep himself busy and satisfy his curiosity at the same time. Is the problem child seriously trying to hack Yua out of boredom? Aizawa asks incredulously. It would seem so. Nedzu grins. Meanwhile, really Deku? Uraraka turns to him. That's not me. Izuku defends. But is it something you would do? Todoroki asks to be met with silence. The rumors really hadn't exaggerated Yua's security. Anywhere that Izuku would normally look for holes or backdoors were patched up and defended. And he grinned as he had to get more and more creative the more he poked around. Most villains would probably just take one look at the programs and decide to go hack somewhere less secure. Maybe if he were to, what are you doing? Izuku yelped and slammed his laptop shut, leaning back as far as he could to get away from the girl who was suddenly way too close to his face. He glanced around the room to find that most of the seats were filled. How long had he been trying to get past US firewalls? And more importantly, how long had this girl been there? And how hadn't he noticed when she got in his personal space? It's me. Mei shouts out, scaring the good majority that didn't know she was there. Hatsum, powerloader starts. Have you been here the whole time? He narrows his eyes. How have you been so quiet? The living light had blueprint materials on the supply shelf and wouldn't give me any tools. Mei pouts. Once again, Mei. Headcase reminds most tools can be used as weapons, and there are villains in the room. I can work with a screwdriver. Toga helpfully calls out. Whatever. Mei turns back to the screen. The others follow suit. Also, she was a girl. Small snorts and huffs of laughter can be heard throughout the room. He swallowed nervously. But the girl didn't seem to be backing off anytime soon. Nothing. The girl grinned savagely, her pupils narrowing slightly, something that was made more obvious by the crosshairs in them. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have been doing it. Were the crosshairs a result of her quirk? If so, then what was it? It was obviously something to do with her vision, and she seemed to be able to change her pupil size at will. So maybe it was like a telescope. That would be really cool. What were the limitations? Ando? She was still staring at him. Yes, she is. Shigaraki snarks. How observant. Do you have a telescope quirk? Izuku blurted out the question before his self-control caught up to his curiosity, then promptly turned bright red and started freaking out. Of course, the first time a girl ever willingly talks to him, and he has to make a fool of himself by asking about her quirk like some kind of creepy idiot. Why do you think your quirk questions are so creepy? Todoroki wonders. Maybe I wrote down that a girl's quirk was pretty, and everyone decided I was stalking her. Izuku growled. Seriously. Uraraka reacts. That's it. Kids are cruel. That's more than enough. Izuku replies. What was her quirk, Kiro? Tsu asks gently. She could make auroras in her hands. Izuku smiles softly. That does sound pretty. Uraraka admits begrudgingly. Shame one's quirk cannot account for one's personality. Ida says evenly. Ida. Izuku turns to him in shock. If this theater is to be treated as a casual setting, Ida explains, then I am allowed to clap back. I believe the term is. The girl didn't seem put off by it though. In fact, her grin just got bigger. I'll tell you about my quirk if you tell me what you were doing on your computer. Izuku thought for a moment. He really wanted to know more about her quirk. But would she think he was weird? What was he thinking? She already thought he was weird. And he didn't know why. Maybe it was because she had gotten so close to him despite never meeting him before. But she didn't really seem like the type to stop talking to people just because they were weird. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. He smiled sheepishly. I was trying to get past US firewalls. Guys, I have an idea. Kaminari whispered. What? Ashido asks. Just watch. He stands and turns toward the Deku squad. Hey, Midoriya. Yeah, Kaminari. If I answer any question you have about my quirk, would you? Yes, Izuku interrupts. But I didn't even yes. Izuku replies firmly. Dabai calls out, hey golden boy. Maybe we could know. Come on, it would. Nope. Fine. The girl blinked at him for a moment, then laughed loudly. That's awesome. Hacking Yua before the exam even starts. What a way to make a first impression. Izuku's eyes widened and his stomach dropped. Oh no. What was I thinking? I just wanted something to do, and I've probably ruined my chances. They're gonna think I'm some kind of villain, and he was startled from his mumbling by the girl FL, seeking him on the forehead. Did you have any luck? He tilted his head. What? Did you have any luck hacking Yua? No? Izuku didn't know why she didn't seem freaked out at all. In fact, she was acting like him hacking Yua was a good thing. Because it's so cool, Mei calls out. Too bad. The girl shrugged. That probably would have been a great way to get your foot in the door. Izuku thought about that for a moment, but it made his brain spin, so he just shook his head. Well, I told you what I was doing. What about you? What's your quirk? Zoom. The girl was grinning again, and Izuku would probably have been intimidated if her energy wasn't so contagious. You weren't that far off with your telescope idea. I can see things as far away as 5 kilometers. But I mostly use it to zoom in on tiny things while I make my babies. What the FCK? Babies. Aren't these kids 15? Clearly not everyone has heard how she talks before. Izuku's face went red again, and he sputtered. Babies? She nodded. Yep. I make all sorts of cool babies for heroes to use. My favorite baby is the jetpack I designed. Oh, Toga starts, she means her inventions. That does make more sense. Twice adds completely irrational. She dug in her bag for a moment before slamming a grease-smeared folder in front of him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but she looked like she was expecting him to do something. So he opened the folder and looked at the detailed blueprints inside. These are really cool. Is this your portfolio? She nodded. Where's yours? Izuku put his laptop back in his bag and handed her his own portfolio before going back to looking through her blueprints. A lot of it was technical jargon that he didn't understand, but after a minute, he thought he had a good idea of how the jetpack was supposed to work. Is this based on Airjet's backpack? Yep, it's a super cool flying baby. The girl looked to be about halfway through his portfolio. And these are really cool notes, HackerCunt. But weren't you supposed to bring blueprints for your babies? Perhaps we should advertise the less popular tracks. Nedzu suggests expand public knowledge, as it were. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well, actually, that's only for the invention track. I'm applying for intelligence and analytics, so, yeah, The girl looked back and forth between Izuku and his portfolio, then grinned. That means that we'll have to work together, so I can make super awesome babies based on your notes. She stuck her hand out for him to shake. I'm Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. What's your name, HackerCun? Izuku grinned and took her hand. Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Hatsum. Oh, just call me Mei, Izuku-kun. Hatsum said dismissively, ignoring the way Izuku's face turned red again at the nickname. We'll be working together a lot once school starts, so there's no point in pretending to be formal, don't you think? Izuku wasn't really sure, but he wasn't about to say otherwise and risk ruining whatever this was. A sure thing, and Maiken. The Deku squad startled at Mei suddenly plopping down in their area. She turned to the group, seeing their confusion. If those versions of us are going to be friends, I'm sitting with you, she says matter-of-factly. Ida looks a bit unsettled, but the others turn back to the screen, patting him on the back. Mei nodded and handed his portfolio back, seemingly satisfied with the nickname, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he returned her portfolio. Wait, were they friends now? The only person he ever had a nickname for before was Kekken, and they'd been friends once, so did that mean that Mei was his friend? Or were they just future business partners? What were people supposed to do with their friends? Izuku suddenly felt more nervous about his new friendship with Mei than he did about the exam, which he supposed was a good thing, since distracting himself from his exam anxiety was what he'd set out to do in the first place. It's so cute, but so sad. Midnight pouts. The background chatter in the room died down, and Izuku and Mei looked toward the front of the room to see Powerloader standing on the stage holding a mic. Oh my goodness, it's the support hero Powerloader. Izuku couldn't help muttering, but Mei actually didn't seem to mind. Something he'd have to unpack later. He's one of only a handful of heroes in Japan that has both a hero license and a support license, which means he can make his own support items. But he normally focuses on making them for. Welcome, everyone, to the entrance exam. Powerloader cut off Izuku's muttering, and Izuku slammed his mouth shut, so he wouldn't start muttering again as the hero continued. I'm Powerloader, the head of the support course here at UA, which should be the department you apply to. If you didn't apply to the support course, you're in the wrong place. So just leave, and there are staff members at the front office who can help you find where you're supposed to be. There was an awkward shuffling for a moment as everyone looked around. But no one got up to leave, so Izuku assumed they were all in the right place. Considering all those signs, they'd have to be a special kind of idiot to get lost. Shigaraki snipes. Kinda like you. Which one of you hero brats said that? Yeah, sure, shout at them. That'll get them to answer. Dabai drips sarcastically. Shigi grumbles as he sits back down. Alright, first off is going to be the written exam, which will be taken here. Staff members will be handing out the exam as I explain a few things, so just ignore them, and don't break the seal on your exam until I say you can begin. The exam is identical for all 4 courses at UA, but yours has an additional section with questions on support specifically. You'll have 3 hours. Next, you'll take the practical exam, which will be divided based on your emphasis. You'll have 4 hours to create a functional support item for the invention track or a finished costume prototype for the design track based on the prompts given. You'll turn in your portfolio when you start your practical exam. What about the intelligence track? Izuku asks in worry. Majime-sensei, Mei turns on the teacher. Why didn't other you mention 10 million's practical? Most likely, Powerloader replies in a calming manner. He just forgot because applicants for intelligence and analytics are so rare. Mei turns toward Izuku. See, other you will be fine. Okay, alright, he'll be fine. And now Izuku's anxiety was back. What was his practical exam going to be? He'd gathered that there wouldn't be many other applicants for the intelligence and analytics track. But Powerloader should have said something about it, right? Had he filled out his application incorrectly? He'd thought he checked it 5 times, but what if something went wrong? Or maybe they'd wanted him to use his intelligence-gathering skills to figure out the exam before he'd arrived. That would be a little much for an entrance exam, Nedzu comments, but would make for an interesting final. A vacuum-wrapped packet was placed in front of him, and Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath. It was too late to do anything about it now, and he couldn't afford to be worried about his practical exam when he hadn't even started the written one yet. It'd be fine. He could do this. All right, does everyone have your tests? Powerloader asked. Begin. The screen fades, and the theater erupts as people head to the tables for food, take turns using the restrooms, and Headcase directs them to the dorms for a good night's rest. In the morning, everyone, with a mixture of excitement and caution, settles into their seats ready for whatever comes next. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. The recommendation exam. Okay, kid, the recommendation exam is in a little over 2 months. It takes place about a month before the standard exam, so that if a student doesn't make the cut for the recommendation spots, they can still try again with the general population. Izuku looked up at Eraserhead from where he was stretching on the floor of the gym. I guess that makes sense. How many spots are open? Normally, 4. Although I think Nedzu is looking into making another spot this year due to extenuating circumstances. Izuku frowned. You mean because people would get mad if a quirkless kid took one of the recommendation spots? Quirkless bastards. That's FC kid. This is why society should fall. Aizawa sighed, but nodded. It's the world we live in, kid. But we'll deal with it if we have to. For now, we just need to focus on getting you physically ready so you don't die. What training have you done so far? Izuku thought for a moment. Well, I mostly focused on my mental abilities, obviously. Then, when you guys started sending me videos, I realized just how physically fit heroes need to be. Even if I'd kind of given up by that point, it was still inspiring. I started lifting weights and jogging. I've even tried a little parkour and freerunning, even if I'm not very good at that yet. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. But, he hugged himself, I'm still pretty weak. Sorry. Don't worry, Deku, that's a great start. Uraraka calls to the screen. Aizawa felt his heart break. This kid was doing amazing when you considered that everyone had told him it was impossible to even try. But he still had a long way to go. All right, I want you to keep doing what you've been doing. We're not going to be able to make a huge difference in strength in just 2 months, but we can improve your speed and parkour, as well as get you some combat skills. He gestured for Izuku to stand up. So, Deku, do you know how to fall or how to take a hit? I mean, I've been hit plenty of times before, so I think I know that one. No green bean, that's not what he means. Ashido cringes. Aizawa's expression soured. That is not the same thing. I guess that's what we'll start with. When Izuku went home that night, he was sore and covered in bruises, but couldn't keep the smile off his face. He could do it. He could be a hero. He might not be able to be like All Might, but the more he thought about it, being an underground hero sounded like more fun anyway. Oh no, Midnight says dramatically, he said fun. Shota's gonna eat him alive. I'll let it slide just this once. Aizawa informs. Gasp. Mike exclaims, be still my heart. He's going soft. The kid needs a break. He defends, earning teasing smiles from his coworkers. The next 2 months flew by. Izuku trained with a different pro hero every day of the week. Sports training montage. Kaminari and Ishido sing. Eraser taught him hand-to-hand combat. Miss Joke took him on Parker runs. Mr. Brave helped him with speed. It was amazing. I'm so jealous, Hagakure exclaims. Agreements echo throughout the theater. Izuku felt so much stronger, and even if he couldn't hold his own against Eraser yet, he wasn't falling into dumpsters as often as he had when he was doing Parker on his own. Snorts and giggles rang through the room. The morning of the recommendation exam, Izuku opened his computer to find dozens of good luck messages. Apparently, word had gotten around that Deku was a lot younger than anyone had thought, and they were all excited for him. It was contagious. Not that he wouldn't have been excited without the messages. He still would have been. It's just probably be a lot more nervous than excited. Inko waved to Izuku as he left, then let her hand fall as soon as he was out of sight. Her baby is off to go be a hero. As she wiped the tears from her eyes, even she didn't know if they were happy tears or sad ones. You know, Uraraka starts, it's kinda cool your mom's supporting your dream, even if she doesn't agree with it. Yeah, I'm really lucky that way. You'll have 3 hours for the written portion of the exam. Begin. Skip. No one's quite sure who said that. Izuku sat in the auditorium with the other students after the written portion. He didn't think he got 100%, because he probably got at least a few questions wrong in the English portion. But there had been a hero analysis essay at the end that, while optional, would probably bring up his score. But that wasn't what he was worried about. UA has not yet had a single 100% on its written test. Nedzu informs. Hello, listeners, rock on. The written part of the recommendation test is over. The 3-kilometer. And then, finally, the interview. Izuku resisted the urge to mutter like a fanboy as the voice hero explained. This portion will be a 3-kilometer obstacle course run in groups of 6. We will be looking not only at your times, but at your ingenuity and use of your quirks. So please go all out. As you leave the auditorium, please take a number from either Midnight or Snipe. These will determine what group you'll be in for the race. Any questions? All right, let's go. What was the obstacle course like, Todoroki? Uraraka asks. I'm not sure. I just went over the entire thing. He answers evenly. Oh, man, she whines. As they slowly filed out of the auditorium, Izuku looked around him and tried to evaluate the quirks of those around him. There were a few obvious mutant quirks, but there were some like a boy with a skull face and another with two-toned hair that weren't as obvious. Oh look, Ashido cheers Todoroki's first appearance. Some didn't appear to have physical manifestations of their quirks at all. Izuku tried to calm his breathing. No matter what, he knew that all of them had strong quirks. They wouldn't have been recommended otherwise, and soon Izuku would have to face them. He counted his blessings that he wouldn't be facing them in combat. Even with 2 months of training, he still ended up on his back most of the time, and he wasn't sure he was ready to face people using their quirks quite yet. Don't rush it, Green Bean. You're doing great, Midnight assured. The first group was called up and went to the starting line. Present Mike nodded to Snipe, who pointed his gun to the sky and fired. The 6 were off quickly, and Izuku felt his stomach sink as he saw their quirks. They were amazing. Izuku couldn't possibly compete. One boy controlled the wind to blow him forward, while leaving his opposition in dust. Another stayed neck and neck with him by skating on ice that he shot from his foot. To Izuku, it seemed like the race was over before it even began, with the wind user finishing just barely ahead of the ice guy. Even Present Mike seemed shocked. Those kids seriously went plus ultra that day. Mike comments. Who would have thought? Midnight asked sarcastically. The children and protégés of pro heroes would be intense. I would hope those exposed to heroics, real heroics, would take it more seriously, Aizawa informs. He forced himself to pay attention as the next group ran the course. Thankfully much slower since this group didn't have anyone with quirks that allowed them to completely ignore all the obstacles. They all used their quirks creatively, and Izuku tried not to think about what everyone else would think when he didn't use a quirk at all during the exam. You have few options here, Dabai starts, voice dripping with sarcasm. You could ignore them, you could appease the little sits. He starts rubbing his hands together, or better yet, you could FCK him up. Hey, are you okay? Izuku jerked up to see a girl with a high ponytail looking at him with concern. You were breathing kind of fast. Yeah, Momo. Her friends cheer. Oh yeah, Izuku said. I guess I'm just kinda nervous. Everyone here has such amazing quirks. The girl laughed. Yeah, I guess so. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. You. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My group's next. Wish me luck. The queen has spoken. Ashido calls out. And the cinnamon roll has replied. Hagakure answers back. Izuku nodded as she left and went to the starting line. This time he watched carefully to see how everyone used their quirks to make it past the obstacles. Yaoyorozu apparently had some sort of creation quirk, because she pulled a pair of rollerblades from nowhere to breeze past the flat sections, and made a spring-loaded grappling hook to fly up the cliff. Another used her oil secretion quirk to slide more quickly down the slide and make the track secure for the other examinees. Oh, Midoriya cried out. He could please Midoriya. Headcase interrupts, no spoilers. Izuku grins brightly as he bounces up and down in his seat in excitement. With each group that went, Izuku got more and more ideas on how to pass the obstacles, and he got more and more excited. He even saw opportunities where students were underutilizing their quirks and got ideas to help them improve. Yeah, he couldn't replicate any of their quirks, but he could take the best ideas from all of them and get a decent time. Golden Boy's practically vibrating in his seat. Shiggy gripes, it's distracting. Finally, it was Izuku's turn to be called, and he took a deep breath as he walked to the starting line. He bounced on his toes as ideas bounced around his mind on how to clear the obstacles. The moment Snipe's gun went off, he ran toward the first obstacle, which looked like the first hill of a roller coaster. Other students were already starting to climb up the side as Izuku reached the base of it and looked around. He smiled as he grabbed a small board from the base and tucked it inside his shirt, then started climbing up toward the apex. Why would he pick up that board? Uraraka asked, turning to Izuku. Izuku looks at her, goes to answer, changes his mind, and decides to warn the theater instead. Stands up and says, I apologize on behalf of my other self for the heart attack you're all about to receive. As the theater erupts, he simply turns back to the screen, shouting no spoilers, much to the dismay of all present. What does that mean? What's he gonna do? Problem child. Young Midoriya. Most of the students were climbing straight across, rather than up, and they were already on the second half, while some had already cleared the obstacle. Izuku hoped this gamble would pay off, and that eraser wouldn't kill him if he fell before he pulled himself up to stand on top of the wooden structure. He pulled out the board he'd brought and set it on the thin metal track that lined the top. Oh God, no. Please don't. That's what he meant. Then carefully stood on top of it, as if it was a skateboard, pinwheeling his arms as he almost lost his balance. With a quick prayer, he shoved off and began to slide down the hill, rocketing past the two students who were still climbing, putting him in fourth place. He actually did it. Don't fall. Please be okay. He hit the ground with a roll when he reached the end of the track and looked at the next obstacle, which involved hopping from different-sized pillars that ascended up to a thin wall. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything he could do to speed this up, but he was grateful for his parkour training as he jumped easily, maintaining his place in the running. All right, he made it. You got this. The next obstacle was a thin cement wall about the width of a balance beam that students were running across. Izuku stood in shock for a moment as he watched the second-place examinee, a blue-haired boy with engines in his legs, literally glide across the wall on his heels. Was he related to Ingenium? Izuku shook his head and started running. Ida, echoed through the audience. You never told us you took the recommendation exam. Uraraka turned to him. I didn't think it was relevant. He informed, after all. I didn't get in that way. That's fair. The next obstacle wasn't so much of an obstacle as a slide that dumped into a pool of water. Izuku thought back to the engine boy who had been gliding on his heels. If he could reduce the surface that touched the slide, he could reduce friction and move faster. He also remembered the girl with the oil quirk from a few rounds before and looked quickly there. A line on the left half of the slide was slightly shinier than the rest from where she had made it SL Seeker. Izuku laid down and pushed off, lifting his body so that only his heels and shoulders were touching the slide. The decreased friction combined with the oil, and he managed to pass another examinee, putting him in third place. Get it. Slay him. Hell yeah. He swam quickly toward the next obstacle, a cliff face that went straight up. He didn't have a grappling hook like Yaoyorozu did, but he had seen her drop it when she'd cleared the cliff. He took a deep breath and dived. Sure enough, there it was, sitting at the bottom of the pool. He grabbed it and pulled himself up onto the ledge at the bottom of the cliff. He took a moment to familiarize himself with his new tool, then looked up. The obstacle after the cliff climb was a rope strung across 2 spires, then climbing down the second spire to arrive at the top of a plateau. Izuku thought for a moment before aiming. Hopefully, he wouldn't be penalized for this. Is that cheating? No, it's creative. He smiled as he felt it catch, then braced himself and pressed the button to retract it. He was yanked from his location, flew past both the cliff climb and the rope bridge, and hit the side of the plateau. Strong, sharp inhales hissed through the audience. Izuku groaned as he pulled himself up and took note of where the other students were. He was now in second place. Keep going. Don't slow down. One more. He couldn't see the first place examinee, but he'd seen all previous examinees disappear for a minute before re-emerging from the waterfall, so he assumed there was some sort of cave. He paused as he saw a narrow fissure in the middle of the plateau with rock climbing holds on both sides going down. The gap was only about 4 feet wide in most areas, and Izuku was just over 5 feet tall so. He nodded resolutely, then braced himself with an arm and a leg on either side of the fissure and shimmied down as quickly as he could. Wiggle, 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 Kaminari sang as quietly as he could, causing Ashido to giggle and Shiro to snort. At the bottom of the fissure was a short tunnel that Izuku would have to army crawl through, and the first examinee had just entered it. Thankfully, the tunnel was wide enough for multiple people. Izuku got down on his stomach and moved as quickly as he could, passing the first place examinee at the very end of the tunnel. Woo! First place. Almost there. There was a waterfall in front of them, and Izuku ran straight toward it without pausing. He'd seen plenty of others run out of the waterfall in the previous rounds. The water was cold and almost knocked him over, but he kept running until he could breathe again. Come on, let's go. You got this. But Midoriya was too fast on a straightaway, and he zoomed past Izuku, DMN it. So close. Who crossed the finish line a full 5 seconds after. Gasping for breath and fighting tears. Second place. Good, but not good enough. He needed to be the best if he was going to prove that a quirkless student belonged in the hero course. You were 5 seconds behind someone with a goddamn speed quirk. Uraraka shouted at the screen, "You're a certified badass." Izuku covers his face in embarrassment. Hey, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu was at his side. That was amazing. I hadn't even considered that anyone else would try to use my grappling hook. I wish I'd thought to bypass an obstacle like that. That was shameful. Midoriya cried, chopping his hands through the air. You are supposed to use your own quirk, not coast by on the work of others. Oh, I see it now, Ito remarks. This is why Bakugo says, I have a stick up my butt, isn't it? You've gotten much better. Izuku comforts. Izuku felt his heart sink. Midoriya was right. He wouldn't have done half as well if he hadn't paid attention to the other rounds and used them to his advantage. He really was worthless, wasn't he? Why did he think he deserved this? No, he was doing so well. You're not worthless. Hey now, listener, don't be so HRD on him. Present Mike interrupted. We told everyone to go all out, and this examinee showed great creativity and used the environment to his advantage, an essential trait for any hero. Not everyone has physical quirks, you know? You tell him. Yay, Mixensei. Exactly. Midoriya straightened. My apologies. He bowed to Midoriya. I see that I was in the wrong. On further consideration, It really was truly impressive. How you managed to get ahead of the other examinees. My name is Tenya Ada. What is yours? Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't think anyone had ever apologized to him before. Izuku and Midoriya. He stuttered out. Nice to meet you. He's never been apologized to. What the FCK? How is this kid so nice? Minion Ida smiled. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. All right, Present Mike yelled. Now don't get too down if you didn't get first in the obstacle courses. We'll be deciding who gets the recommendation spots based on a combination of the written, physical, and interview. So if you did poorly, don't lose hope. And if you did well, don't get too comfortable. Now go. Get to the locker rooms and get cleaned up. Interviews will be in Principal Nedzu's office in 30 minutes. Don't be late. The screen fades as everyone chats excitedly about the races they just saw. Eager to continue and wary of what's to come, the theater settles as the next chapter begins. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for hire first meetings. It had been a week since Jiren started following him, and Izuku was beginning to get frustrated. The guy was supposedly one of the best brokers in the underground, and was obviously good enough to find him. So 1 week should be more than enough time for him to confirm his suspicions. Izuku knew that he didn't really look the part of a villain, because what criminal mastermind lets himself be bullied every day? But come on. Jiren is cautious when it comes to vetting talent. Dabai gripes. Seriously, getting into the league was harder than it needed to be. Toga whines. Excuse me for not wanting to get stabbed again. Shigaraki croaks. Toga tried. Dabai smirks. And failed. Shiggy snapped. Himiko giggled as the boys continued to bicker. It was with these thoughts that Izuku decided to deviate from his normal daily routine. A routine that Jiren should be familiar with at this point, if he was paying any attention. Hopefully, his annoying stalker would come out of the woodwork if given a good enough opportunity. If not, Izuku might just walk right up to the guy and punch him in the face. Actually, he winced as he thought back to his inability to fight against his bullies. Probably not. How often do you think about punching people? Todoroki asks. I plead the fifth. Izuku replies evenly. We're Japanese. Izuku turns to him, looks him in the eye, and repeats. I plead the fifth. Izuku wound his way through the city, heading in the opposite direction from Dagaba Beach. It was a part of the city that he was only familiar with through maps, meaning that there wouldn't be anyone there who would recognize him, and it was a medium-bitter part of town, meaning that, with any luck, there wouldn't be anyone there who would recognize Jiren either. It is a nice, neutral territory for a first meeting. Damn it. A meeting with a broker is going to give him a greater foothold in the villain world. Tsukachi groans. The cafe Izuku walked into had good reviews, but he honestly didn't care about how good their coffee was. What Izuku cared about was that it was busy this time of day, which meant there was enough ambient noise that he and Jiren would be able to talk without being overheard. And there was the added bonus that no one would be suspicious over two strangers sharing a table. Izuku walked up to the counter and gave his order. Now all that was left was for his stalker to take the bait. And another random cafe, making them both strong to track. Aizawa gripes. It didn't take long at all for Jiren to enter the cafe, at least considering how long he'd stubbornly insisted on following Izuku. If he'd taken any longer, Izuku was considering messaging the guy to just come inside. The boy watched the broker wait in line out of the corner of his eye, chuckling when he noticed that Jiren had even put out his ever-present cigarette. He was halfway through his coffee when Jiren slid into the seat across from him. I was wondering if you were ever going to actually talk to me. A look of shock briefly crossed the broker's face before he let out a surprised laugh. You knew I was following you. No sit, Sherlock. Bakugo growled. I make a living being more observant than most people. Of course I knew. Izuku took another sip of his coffee. What I don't know is why you insisted on observing for a full week before coming to talk to me. You must have had pretty good intel on who I was. Watching my daily routine wasn't going to change that. Jiren chuckled and shook his head. Well, it took me a week to be sure I had the right guy. And even now you're sitting here confirming it, and I'm still not sure. Izuku hummed. Yeah, I guess my whole weak and innocent act does tend to throw people off. If it almost fooled you, Then just imagine what the heroes will be thinking when they have their pride on the line. Midnight cringed. I hate that he's not wrong. Maybe for daylights, but undergrounds know to look deeper. Aizawa corrects. But the bullied, quirkless kid. Mike countered, let's be honest. Even you are gonna have problems with this one. Jiren smiled. Now there's the ruthless mastermind we know and love. You've been doing pretty well for yourself online from what I've heard. But you know that you're not going to be able to hide in the shadows forever, right? Izuku sighed and put down his cup. Yeah, the copycats are already starting to get on my nerves. He reached into his bag and pulled out a folder, sliding it across the table. That's why I need your help. You are the best at what you do, right? You would show up with a shopping list. Uraraka comments. How else is he supposed to test the broker? Izuku replies. Jiren raised his eyebrows as he took the folder and began looking through it. There was a design for a villain costume and a list of weapons that Izuku thought he'd need, including a lot of knives. The broker looked over the designs silently for a few minutes, then nodded. This should be doable, but I should warn you that this'll cost you a pee. Ready, Penny, the weapons especially. You know what my rates are, Jiren. I can afford it. Plus, I'll even let you introduce me to a few of the contacts you've been hounding me about. Jiren smiled. You sure know how to tell a man what he wants to hear. I'll start calling around. But you'll be packing some serious heat. Jiren pulled out the weapons list and placed it in front of Izuku. Are you sure you know how to use all these? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. That's actually the last thing I need your help with. Jiren seeked his eyebrow, still smiling, and gestured for him to continue. I want to meet Himiko Toga. I get to meet him first. Toga screeched in excitement. Pay up, beaches. The boys grumble as they hand over their pocket change and immediately start betting on who meets him next. That wiped the smile off the broker's face. The serial killer? He asked in shock. Izuku nodded. You've followed me, so I trust you know about my quirk situation. Jiren nodded hesitantly. Well, since I don't have a quirk to fall back on, I'm going to have to rely primarily on weapons. Knives are the best option for both close combat and ranged, once you factor in throwing knives. And there's no one better than Toga when it comes to knives. I want her to teach me how to fight. I'm gonna teach him. Toga bounces in her seat. Your knife skills and his strategies, Shigaraki muses. He gonna FCK sit up. Dabai grins. This is gonna be amazing. We're so FCK'd. Jiren was solemn now. I hate to ask it. But what if she kills you? Izuku just smiled, wondering if it made him just a little bit crazy that he was asking to be trained by a serial killer. I think I can hold my own. Besides, you won't let her kill me. I'll be making you too much money. He's seriously about to learn from a serial killer. Kaminari squeaked. And he's smiling. Ashido whines make it stop. Izuku started to get up to leave, but Jiren grabbed his arm. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. He grabbed a laptop bag from the floor and put it on the table. This is top of the line, virtually untraceable. Internet cafes are great and all, but I think you'll agree this is the easier option. Izuku booted up the computer and looked it over. It was nice, and really would make his work much easier. He quickly checked to make sure there weren't any tracking apps or spyware installed before closing it. Meanwhile, Jiren pulled out a simple smartphone. This is also untraceable. I already have the number and put my contact info in as well. I'll text you an address when your gear is ready, and you can pick it up. I'll also text you when I manage to get a hold of Toga. She's slippery, but shouldn't be too strong to find. I'll be honest, I really hope you know what you're doing. And there goes the cafe lead. Tsukachi gripes. We will find another way, we always do. Nedzu comforts. Izuku just tucked the phone in his pocket and slung the laptop bag over his shoulder as he stood and grabbed his cup. If I didn't, I wouldn't have chosen to call myself Mastermind. Jiren watched the boy leave. This kid is crazy. His smile turned greedy. Look out, Heroes, Mastermind is here to stay. As the screen fades, discussions surrounding Mastermind becoming a knife-wielding maniac can be heard throughout the theater. The villains excitedly bet on when and how they would meet him. The heroes throw out capture methods. The students wonder if they will lose someone close to them in the world they're watching. If only they knew. Now playing Vidiian. The green guide Fame Shota tightened his capture weapon and pushed the villain more firmly against the wall. It's illogical to resist. Just tell me what I need to know. Dude, it's just some drags, the villain said. If you have a problem with that, then maybe you should get out more. I've got a couple samples that'd be good for a firstomer. How often does that happen? Kaminari asks, turning to the teachers. Every 4 to 6 dealers. Aizawa deadpans. Shota rolled his eyes. Yes, offer to sell drags to the hero that's arresting you. And honestly, if it were just party drags, I probably wouldn't care that much. But this is Trigger, so I'll ask you one more time. Where do you get the drags? FCKU. Shota sighed. Fine, have it your way. He dialed Tsukachi and waited until the detective's half-awake voice groaned over the line. Could you send a car? I've got a perp to bring in for processing and interrogation. Are we going to see the cop's side of this one? Kaminari asks. That's the best part of criminal stories. Ashido cheers. Dude, Zero chimes in that probably means we'll see the cop's side of Mastermind's world. The suspense. Ashido chirps. Tsukachi looked up from his paperwork as Eraser walked in the villain he'd just arrested. The guy was probably a low-level dealer like the others that Eraser had brought in. But there was always the hope that the next villain would know who was behind Trigger. Interrogation room 8 is open, Eraser. You can put him in there. Eraser grunted in acknowledgement and dragged the thug toward the back of the station as Tsukachi poured them both some coffee. He'd have to go interrogate the guy later, since he was one of the detectives on the Trigger investigation. But that could wait a bit until this paperwork was done. Leaving the perps to wait for a few minutes helped establish control of the situation anyway. We get to learn some police procedures. Izuku chirps. Why are you excited by that? Todoroki asks. Because as heroes we'll have to work closely with the police. Midoriya informs. Especially any organized crime cases. Ida adds. Shota finally sat down on the other side of his desk and grabbed the coffee. Then grimaced. Tsukachi. You didn't mention that the station had switched out their coffee for paint thinner. Snickers echo through the theater. Tsukachi just laughed. Oh, you're just mad that Musutafu doesn't have your favorite cat cafe. Aizawa goes to cat cafes. Kaminari wonders aloud. He's grouchy, likes to trick us. And it's constantly taking naps. Bakugo snarks he is a cat. What can I say? The Hata brothers make a mean cup of coffee. Shota shrugged. You got those forms. I want to get this over with as fast as possible. Tsukachi shook his head, but grabbed the villain intake form from the drawer at his right and handed it to Shota, who started to fill it out with both annoyance and boredom. Paperwork wasn't fun by any means, and Shota would rather be patrolling the streets looking for more info for the Trigger investigation. But bureaucracy was a part of life, so he had to put up with it. That's not a part of heroics I'm looking forward to. Kaminari gripes loudly. His fellow students voice their agreement. The teachers and pros go on about necessary evils. They kept working in companionable silence for a few minutes, until the doors to the station flew open again and Amplifier came bounding in with a villain in tow, and took him straight to the holding cell. Why is she so loud? Shota grumbled. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. She hasn't even said anything yet. Snort exactly. Even her presence is loud enough to draw attention. It's annoying. Oh, don't be a spoilsport, Eraser. Amplifier grinned as she grabbed a chair to sit beside him. You're just mad because you wouldn't be noticed by a rat. That's on purpose. Aizawa grumbles. That's intentional, you know. Shota said as Tsukachi handed Amplifier the villain intake form. People don't notice me unless I want them to notice me. See? Aizawa snarks as Miss Joke laughs. Maybe that's why you haven't run into our little vigilante guide yet. Amplifier said. He just doesn't know you exist. Shota rolled his eyes. I think it's much more likely that Yua is out of his comfort zone. And since I always stick to that area, unless I'm following a lead, we just haven't had a chance to run into each other yet. That makes sense. Yuruka comments. Sure, Amplifier grinned. Whatever you say, Eraser. Was that villain one of the green guides? Tsukachi asked. That depends on your definition. Amplifier said. If you mean, did he lead me to the guy, then yes. But if you mean did he take the guy down himself, then no. Shota frowned. I thought the green guide didn't ever take down villains on his own. And yet, he did. Aizawa gripes. Sakachi sighed. He didn't. At least until last night when we responded to a call about an attempted assault. Only to find the perp already knocked out and tied up with pieces of an old t-shirt. The victim said the guy who did it was a kid in a green hoodie and goggles. Shoda rubbed his temples to try and ease the coming headache. This problem child was going to be the death of him. How? From what you told me, the kid is skin and bones. How did he take down an actual villain? He hasn't even met Vidiian, and he's already calling him problem child. Midoriya whines as his friends pat his back in comfort. With a tin can. Shoda stopped and stared at Sakachi. He had to have heard that wonk. What? God show. Mike snickers, you look so done. I watched that fight and part of me still can't believe it. Aizawa defends. Can't really blame him. Midnight comments. Sakachi nodded. You heard me right. According to the victim, the green guide started fighting the guy, but couldn't get the upper hand until he grabbed a can of beans and started beating the guy with it like it was a pair of improvised brass knuckles. It was pretty brutal, but also effective. Shoda didn't know whether to be proud of the kid for his quick thinking under pressure or angry because he ran straight into danger. Probably both. Story of my life. Izuku snarks. This wouldn't happen if you didn't jump into fights unprepared. Ida replies, to which Izuku turns to him with a look that says, really? Ah, Amplifier squealed. Our little boy is growing up, taking down villains all by himself and everything. Shoda scowled. I don't think that's a good thing. Yeah, I think I have to agree with Eraser on this one, Sakachi said. The victim said that he seemed in over his head. I'd much rather he kept running to get heroes rather than running into fights he's unprepared for. Now that's just wishful thinking. Aizawa remarks. Oh, come on. Amplifier groaned. You guys got to admit that beating a criminal with nothing more than your wits and a tin can is pretty impressive. Shoda just shot her an unimpressed look. Nothing more than wits, a tin can, and a probable speed quirk. That's a theory. Todoroki remarks. You know that's not true. Izuku deadpans. You don't want to know what they think Vidiian might have. Izuku pauses for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. This is going to be fun. Come on. Shoda sighed. Fine. I'll admit that he's quick-witted and definitely good at using improvised weapons. But the kid obviously lacks the required training. I don't want him getting in fights if he's just going to get himself killed. Ah, Ashido gushes, he does care. Well, Crawler and Pop Step didn't have any formal training, either when they first started out. Sakachi pointed out. That may be true, but they also had Knuckleduster to mentor them and get them out of any tough SCS. Shoda argued. The green guide doesn't even have that. Well then, maybe you should fill that role. Amplifier grinned. Shoda glared at her. I have enough brats to worry about at UA, thanks. I don't need to add teaching a wannabe on top of that. You jinxed it? He's your problem now. Mike comments. Just face it. Midnight teases. Amplifier shrugged. Just a thought, Eraser, considering how protective you are of a kid you've never even met. Oh, and about the kid's name, I don't think he's going by Green Guide anymore. Sakachi furrowed his brow in keywords. What? Why change it? Amplifier looked between the two of them in shock. Did you guys not see the article this morning? They shook their heads and Amplifier smiled and got out her phone. Apparently the woman he saved last night is a reporter. Since he didn't give her a vigilante name to call him, she's named him Vidiian. Kinda catchy, right? Sakachi frowned. How did I not see this? Screwed up the keywords like the dumbass you are. Dabai snarks. Amplifier shrugged. Probably because the keywords were wrong. You've most likely got your computer set up to ping you if the news mentions a green guide. But because this reporter used a different name, it didn't trip your system. I like Vidiian better anyway. It is easier to say. Vigilantes gaining public notoriety is never a good thing. Shoda grumbled. It goes straight to their heads, and they end up putting themselves in even more danger to impress their fans. He sighed. The kid is probably soaking up his fame as we speak. And that's where you're wrong, Eraserhead. Midoriya calls out. What do you mean, problem child? Aizawa asks. You'll see. Izuku was freaking out. See. He couldn't get that article out of his head, even as he ran around the streets leading heroes to crimes. When Izuku had seen the article on his way home from school, he'd had to fight off a panic attack, and he almost hadn't gone out that night. He didn't want to be famous. The more people paid attention to him, the more likely it was that they'd figure out that he was quirkless, and the faster he could say goodbye to any positive reputation he'd gained. He wasn't even technically a vigilante, so why did he have to have a name? Because no one knows you aren't a vigilante. HeadcaseKiller giggles. But apparently that woman he'd saved was a reporter. So she'd written about how he'd taken down the villain, and she'd apparently done some digging to see that he normally stayed out of the fights himself. Izuku didn't deserve to have articles written about him like the heroes did. So he couldn't help feeling like he'd tricked that reporter somehow. He hadn't been trying to fool her into thinking that he wasn't worthless. But that's apparently what happened since her article was so positive. He'd just been trying to help her. You're good. You didn't trick her. Poor thing. Which was ultimately why he was out on the streets again tonight. Sure, he wasn't necessarily happy about the article. But he also wasn't about to let that stop him from helping people either. And he was helping people. He was helping the heroes find the people that needed saving. He was doing good. That's right. So good. We love you. But he should probably start carrying weapons if he ever planned to jump into a fight again. Between tending to his injuries and everything with the article, he'd completely forgotten about adding weapons to his costume that afternoon. But it wasn't a big deal. He was still covered in SCS and bruises from his fight with Molman last night. So it wouldn't be a good idea to get into any more fights so soon. So he didn't need the weapons quite yet. But it was still a good thing to brainstorm. At least he's pacing himself. Aizawa sighs. He'd almost considered getting a base bat. But there were a couple of problems with that. While it would be a useful bludgeon-type weapon, it was too bulky. He wouldn't be able to easily run if he had to be constantly hefting the bat. So it would actually prevent him from saving people, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Not to mention the fact that he'd never been into any sports. So if he came home with a base bat, Mom would ask way too many questions that Izuku really didn't want to answer. Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka asks, seeing a strange look on Midoriya's face. Izuku blushes, and with a sheepish smile replies, trying to come up with a reason to have a bat that he could tell Mom. This causes her to giggle into her hand. Any luck? Not in the slightest. His weapons would need to be small. He needed to be able to fit them in his pockets, so he could run easily, and so he could go incognito if he needed to. So that meant that anything like a staff was out. He heard someone calling for help and peeked in on the situation before running off to get a hero. He could worry about what weapons he needed later. For now, though, Izuku had people to save. The screen fades as the groups gather snacks and go over notes on the separate worlds. They must have been taking too long as May calls out, "Sit down and shut up. I'm in the next one." Everyone quickly returns to their seats so as not to anger the crazy support student.